अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं हूँ शीता ब्लैक पाकिस्तान से और मेरी उम्र है 22 साल और मैं एक वाव मैप क्रिएटर हूँ और साथ में कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी हूँ।
हेलो।
असल में मैं टिकटॉक यूज़ कर रहा था तो मेरे सामने एक वाव मैप की वीडियो आती है, तो बस उसी से इंस्पायर होकर मैंने वाव मैप बनाना शुरू कर दिए। और मुझे याद है कि मेरा पहला मैप गन फाइट के रिलेटेड था। असल में मैं एक इन्फ्लुएंसर हूँ, तो जब भी मैं वाव मैप बनाता हूँ तो उसकी वीडियो जो है वो मैं टिकटॉक पे डाल देता हूँ, तो वहाँ से लोग देखकर वाव मैप खेलते हैं। तो इस तरह मैं वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न करता हूँ। वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम के आने के बाद मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मुझे और अच्छे और वायरल मैप्स बनाने चाहिए, क्योंकि इसका रिवार्ड बहुत अच्छा था और इसी वजह से इसका कंपटीशन और बढ़ गया था और बहुत से क्रिएटर वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल हो रहे थे। जो लोग वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम में शामिल होना चाहते हैं उन्हें चाहिए कि वो मैप इस तरह बनाएं कि लोगों को पसंद आए और वो खेलें, तभी आप वाव इंसेंटिव प्रोग्राम से अर्न कर सकते हैं। टिकटॉक क्रिएटर होने के नाते मुझे इससे काफ़ी मदद मिलती है। जब भी मैं वाव मैप की वीडियो टिकटॉक पर अपलोड करता हूँ तो मेरे फॉलोअर्स जो हैं वो कमेंट करते हैं, जिससे मुझे और क्रिएटिव मैप्स बनाने में मदद और आइडिया मिलता है।
And hi everyone, my name is Diet Queen. I'm originally from Pakistan but currently living in UK. I started my journey as a content creator and now proudly have nearly 1 million followers across the platform. It's an amazing ride so far with WoW. One of my biggest achievements so far is receiving the Gold Award in PMGC 2024. I'm also honored to be part of the official WoW creator community. I started creating WoW maps in August 2023 and what truly inspired me was the freedom PUBG gave to bring creative ideas to life. I always loved storytelling and gameplay that leaves an impression, and WoW gave me the perfect platform to express both. Yes, I started this community to empower female creators, especially from the region where gaming is not always encouraged. Right now, we have nearly 200 active members who support and learn from each other. We share design tips, hold weekly sessions, and encourage one another through different challenges actually. It's not about just creating maps, it's about building confidence and creativity. And I'm welcoming more girls. If anybody want to joining is very simple. They just need to go to my TikTok account. In my bio, there's a link for a Discord. That's how they can join me. Great question. The biggest challenges are usually technical issues and lack of confidence and creative blocks. Our community helps by offering step-by-step guidance, sharing tutorial and doing map reviews. We also hold practice events where members can get feedback and grow together. Absolutely, my experience with the TikTok helped me understand the visual engaging and what grabs the attention fast. I applied that to my map design by adding unique, unexpected twists and making sure the gameplay is fun to watch and play, just like a viral video. Well, to make things easy, start with a clear theme or a story in your mind. It helps guide your layout. Then break your map into a small section, like a start with the environment, then a gameplay element, and finally polish with the details. And most importantly, don't be afraid to test, fail, or try again. And most importantly, ask for a feedback.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Club Open Eastern Europe. My name is Dawood Sandstorm, and today I will be joined by the one and only Seven Worlds Gaming to break down day 2 of action. We got Group B, we got Group C, and I am hyped. I want to see what's going to happen today, Seven, because day 1 was an absolute banger.
I'm hyped as well, brother. Like, the amount of good performances that we saw yesterday out of some of these teams was absolutely nuts. Not only just eliminations, being able to back it up with some wins too. I'm hoping that Group C is going to be bringing in the heat, because if we don't, we might see Group B just take off with it. And some of them definitely need the points.
Yeah, they really do. And we were talking about what kind of barrier we might be expecting in terms of qualifying. We'll get a better idea of that today with the games from Group C coming in. And I want to see something that we mentioned yesterday. Are there any preparations or analysis that they've done watching over day one's games? That will come through today. And I want to see this advantage we mentioned for Group C. I want to see it shine through today's games.
I think we might end up seeing it. Well, actually, for Group C, I don't know how much, but for Group B, I want to see some of the teams maybe able to fix some mistakes that we saw yesterday. Maybe not being aggressive when they needed to be aggressive, wrong rotations, whatever the case might be. We want to see some improvements because for Group B, this is going to be the last day. Tomorrow, they're not going to be playing. Tomorrow, they're just going to be like, yeah, baby. We get to sit back, chill, relax.
It's going to be...
that's not going to happen. Exactly. I mean, unless you're Abby Esports, right? Because Abby Esports was just absolutely popping off yesterday.
Yeah, they are currently sitting in first place. They have a lot of eliminations. I think Rogo as well secured MVP in game one and also for day one. So very happy, very excited for themselves. And they're also going to be participating in today's game. So they're going to be cementing their presence, I want to say, in the grand finals. But for the other teams, that's what I'm looking forward to. And I want to say for teams like Alpha Esports and PUBG Georgia from Group A who have taken a break and who have struggled throughout the 5 games of day one. Now that you have a chance to take a little bit of a break, get yourselves into that mental reset, wait for today's results, and then at least you'll know what is the objective for your day tomorrow. What is the goal that you're going to be aiming for?
I'm over here just laughing. I'm like, for Alpha Esports or PUBG Georgia, I'm sorry, fans out there, but they're probably going back. It's like, so this was our plan. We're not going to be doing that on the final day, boys, because obviously it didn't end up working out. It's time to flip it. It's time to do a full 180 and change it up because whatever happened yesterday, I mean, at least for PUBG Georgia, they were able to get some eliminations, so it's good to see that they can win fights. But on the other hand, for Alpha Esports, every single time, I swear, that we saw them, they would just end up getting knocked, or it seemed like they were a little bit too passive and scared to actually engage, which that didn't end up working out considering how some of these teams were performing. And now coming in from Group C, I'm wondering if there's going to be any of those kind of teams, Sandstorm, where they're just going to be popping off right off the bat, and I'm hoping that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it yourself, and the first example that jumps to mind is Alpha Esports, I believe, in Hattin in the Sanhok game yesterday. Yep. 2 of them just running in the open on the coastline. Usually when you see play a team or players like even looking for a vehicle or anything like that, they are like jumping in the air, punching the air, so at least they don't get headshot. Those small kind of things. We didn't notice them from Alpha in yesterday's games, but they're not here. They're taking a break, and now we are giving you a reminder of Groups A, B, and C. And of course, Group B and C will be the ones participating today, and it is Group B's last 5 games and final day in the semifinals 7.
Yeah, and I mean, for Group C, I feel like they have to take advantage of this opportunity right now because Group A, we mentioned it over and over again. We're going to keep mentioning that throughout the day. 4 of the 5 teams at the top are from Group A. So that's a massive thing to not worry about, especially when you have players like the Noisy Boys. Remember the performance that they were able to put up in just one match. These teams need to take advantage that those top fragging teams aren't here and need to take advantage of it in the first game. We're talking about yesterday in regards to like, okay, you can maybe have 3 bad games. To be completely honest, obviously, if you're in Group B, you cannot have any bad games. And if you're in Group C, I kind of just don't want to see it. I want to see good performances.
Yeah, Group C has to come out swinging in. I mean, this is going to be a very, very difficult day, I want to say, like, for both groups. Just as you mentioned, one group needs to end their run perfectly, and the other group just needs to actually start off strong. But now we wanted to talk about Star Soldiers at Epic compared to YBAB Esports in day 1-7.
Yeah, and the reason why I wanted to talk about these teams is because YBAB was one of those teams that ended up performing the worst out of Group B. And we mentioned it, tomorrow they're not going to be playing. You can see in regards to the damage that they were able to put up, in regards to the elims that they were able to put up. Now, I put Star Soldiers here, even though they're not going to be playing today because of the part of Group A. I put them here because they are currently at a 26-point mark, which yesterday we were talking about it, Sandstorm, saying, okay, maybe if they get 30 to 35 points, I feel like that will be the cutoff for the top 16 teams that are going to move on to the grand finals next week. So for teams like YBAB and for also teams like Group C, they need to start looking not just at duplicating the performance of Star Soldiers, but actually making it even better.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to see who's going to be able to replicate those kinds of performances that we've seen from day one and show them up here in day two. Now, we did mention a couple of the teams yesterday that, we had our eyes on when it comes to, for example, Boards Gaming, Explode, teams and players with a lot of experience in previous PUBG Mobile tournaments. But now that we're looking towards Group C, I'm trying to go through the names. I'm trying to go through I want to say like the teams as well to see if there's any that kind of come out, just pop out, or any that might be familiar. And I'm trying to see, nothing's popping up so far. But you know what?
That's just the thing, though, right?
Yeah, I want to see who those new names are. We want to be introduced to these new talents from the region.
Yeah, that's the thing, like about PMCO. It gives new players a chance to actually show up and perform. Yeah, we might be able to see all names like Tulika, Boris Gaming, like we were able to see yesterday. They were able to step up in a big, big way. But I kind of want to be surprised by some of these teams coming in from Group C. I want to see what they're going to be bringing in the hit. Maybe Kodiak, maybe Galaxy Esports. Come down, Sam. It's not Nick McGalaxy, all right?
Yeah, and Alpha 7.
We'll
Alpha Esports, definitely not Alpha 7. Just say, definitely not. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Actually, from PMGC, pretty reminiscent of that.
No comment. I still want to get a jersey up.
Actually, wait, shoot. I'm supposed to be getting a jersey. Yo, Karuja, I am so sorry. No, I did not mean that.
Clip it, send it to you. Know what? Clip it, send it to me, and then I'll send it to the coach.
No. Me and him have a deal. Me and him actually have a deal. Okay. Now back. Let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic and remind you guys what maps we're going to be jumping into for today. Yes, of course, it is only 5 matches per day for the semifinals, 6 for the grand finals on the 9th and 10th of May. Double Erangel, double Miramar, and of course, 7's favorite, Sanhok.
I mean, it's everybody's favorite. Yesterday, you were starting to flip-flop, my guy. You went from Erangel being your favorite to
I'm sticking to
Miramar.
No, it's Miramar only. Miramar only. No. Batman. No, it's Miramar.
The flip-flopping is insane. And then after we played Sanhok and you thought about the performances in Sanhok, you were like, you know what? Actually, Sanhok wasn't that bad, guys. I think I might be jumping on that bandwagon.
Why did guys? I don't think it was that. Why did I feel like this was also added?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
So
that's
actually,
just the
guys.
given.
I think that the Sanhok was very good. I mean, hey, it was a pretty good game, and the fact that we had the longest elimination on Sanhok, if I'm not mistaken, it was it was 380. Which is pretty decent.
No, it wasn't 380.
No, well, the longest we had was 380.
It was the longest
throughout yesterday.
That was in Erangel, I believe.
Okay,
but Sanhok, I think Sanhok had the second longest.
Still pretty decent.
Either way, it was far away. Okay.
Hey, listen. They're better than us. We're just here to highlight that. Yes, they can shoot from a far distance. I can't do it long distance or short. Me, you know what? I actually have one. I like the longest. Well, unfortunately, it wasn't an elim, but it was a knock, and it was actually 800 meters.
It don't count. It don't count.
I know. That's I got the knock. I think either someone stole it or they're revived. I don't know. But all I know is like it was a knock headshot from literally 800 meters. Mad. That was on Miramar, actually. That was on Miramar,
I know you
too.
absolutely lost it, too, when it happened. You're like, oh, my
God. Yeah. I was like, oh, my God, Bob, get the
camera. Well, you know what? We can talk about our longest elims, but I do want to look at the overall so we can take a look at where some of these teams are sitting. Because as I mentioned, in Group A, I mean, they have 4 of the top 5 teams. They absolutely popped off, especially for Abby Esports and Boris Gaming, bringing it back with those performances in Miramar. But it's going to be coming down to Group C. You can see all the teams there, 17th through 24th, 0 points apiece. I want to see some surprises. To be completely honest with you, Sandstorm, I don't expect any of the teams being able to get 64 points, but I wouldn't be mad against it.
Yeah, I mean, highly unlikely. The average of 12 points per game is just ridiculous from the side of Abby Esports. But when it comes to Group C, honestly, I kind of want to do what we did yesterday, 7. I want to say like we randomly chose based off of the name or the logo. So I'm going to do the same thing here for Group C. But because it's just one group, I want to give you like 2 teams to choose, to monitor throughout today's games.
Okay. You know what? While I'm thinking of my teams, for everybody watching at home too, if you are a supportive of any of the teams in Group C, please let us know in the comments, because I know you guys ended up popping off yesterday in the comments in regards to just showing support to Boris Gaming, Abby, K1. I mean, all the fan bases were showing up. For my liking, I think I'm absolutely blind, by the way. It's like covering my eyes, throwing a dart at a name, and this is exactly what I'm going to be doing here. It has to be Kodiak. Just because that logo looks absolutely insane, and I love it.
Okay.
And
Okay,
the
you know what?
second one has to be Monaspa.
Okay. Okay. I like it. You know what? Because you took Alpha as well before, I'm going to follow those footsteps, and I'm going to pick Galaxy. You know?
Oh,
Just
okay.
yeah, for no specific reason whatsoever. So
Lowercase
Galaxy
W.
Esports, yeah. And I will go for Destiny to Rise. That's just because of the name. I want to see if it is their destiny to rise through the ranks of PUBG Mobile history. I want to see that.
Okay. Somebody in chat's probably gonna be happy that you picked Galaxy there, unless you end up cursing them. Hopefully, it doesn't happen today.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
you
had
talk-
to say it. Yeah,
No,
couldn't
you
let
hyped,
it slide.
You hyped that Boars out. Hold on, hear me out. Wait for it. I was about to hype you up because you talked about Boars. Boars had an awful game one yesterday, and then they were able to bring you back in those Miramars. For some of these teams, I mean, even if it's not on Erangel, if they can maybe end up popping off a Miramars or have a great performance, I mean, an absolutely insane performance in Sanhok, that could be all it takes for them to just be sitting comfortable tomorrow.
We mentioned one game. This is a 10-match semi-final for the groups. One winner, chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations, 10 plus, and you're kind of sorted. You're relaxed because a reminder, we have 24 teams, 8 in each group, and the top 16 will be making it to the grand finals. So that goal is not going to be so difficult. That target to reach points-wise isn't going to be that high. So shouldn't be too difficult for a lot of these teams to make it. But obviously, yes, at the end of the day, 8 teams will still be eliminated, and the 16 best will make it through to the next stage.
There's definitely some front runner contenders for that. Those 8 teams being eliminated at the moment. And for Group C, I'm pretty sure a lot of those teams are going to be looking to just not be put in that situation. Now, for me, the main one is going to be which teams are going to be fragging out today, which teams are going to be aggressive, right? We saw that yesterday. We saw a lot of teams being able to be aggressive in situations that deserved to be aggressive. If you were like in a compound, whatever the case might be, if you were in the center of the circle, they weren't just laying down. They were chilling. They were making sure that they looked at every angle possible, and they made sure that they were a pain to people. If they did rotations, just take some shots that way. One team I can think of, Abby Esports, they're not going to be playing here. That's just what I'm saying. Those other teams need to take advantage of this, and they need to take that role of being aggressive and trying to go for those eliminations.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is when we're coming into today's games with Group A watching, they get to see, you know, potentially who from the groups or who from the teams actually can, contests them or has similar drops with them. So definitely some important information for them to gather throughout today's games. And once again, Group C, all eyes are on, I mean, honestly, all eyes are on everyone. It's Group C's debut, and it's Group B's last day. So every single one of those teams has to be careful through, I want to say, like, just throughout the games today. Just, don't be too careful, though.
I'm thinking crazy here. Now that I remember, Abby is playing today. They are in Group B. They are in Group B. So for some of the other teams, they need to be careful. Yeah, I had it mixed up. I was thinking of somebody else. I was thinking of Boars Gaming. Boars Gaming is in Group A. Abby is in Group B. That means they'll be playing today. Are we going to be seeing that kind of consistency out of this team again?
I mean, quite possibly. I don't see a reason why not. Honestly, I don't see a reason why not.
Okay.
We're still gonna have some competitors because
I
want to say Team Explode, another one of the teams that's in the top 3, top 4, is also gonna be playing today. K1, who started off game one with a chicken dinner. So still strong contenders, strong names being put forward here for the start of the day. But I want to say, like, when it comes to a lot of these teams, because they're also so relaxed, they're not going to be feeling that pressure. Do you think they're going to be playing maybe less seriously or more relaxed, or do you think they're still going to be taking it seriously every single stage, every single step, regardless of whether they're above the threshold or not?
I think these teams are not going to be letting go of that gas pedal. They're just going to be all full force at all times. We talked about it yesterday, even though we're taking the practice matches seriously, because this is some of the best practice in a way that they are able to get ever, especially with the caliber of teams that might be here. I mean, we started, what was it, Sans? 128 teams. We have narrowed it down to 24. Then we're going to narrow it down once again to 16 for the grand finals. And then once we get to the grand finals, only the top 4 are going to be moving on to PMSL EU. So you can see the caliber of teams that are going to be moving forward. And for teams like, if you are sitting pretty, like Abby Esports, like K1 currently in 3rd place, yeah, don't slow down. Keep doing your thing. If anything, one team that I'm going to be looking at very closely for this one is going to be KC Esports.
Ooh.
They had a good performance yesterday in regards to, I think it was the first match, if I'm not mistaken. They ended up winning that first match, or they ended up having a really, really good performance in that first match. But then after that, everything just slowed down. K1 is the one that actually ended up winning that first game. But for KC, we just haven't seen that out of them. Yeah, we saw some flashes of greatness here and there, but besides that, there was just nothing else.
I want to say for the side of Group B, Shockwave as well. We had a couple of people from Shockwave yesterday.
Yep.
Shout out to their supporters. You know, seeing them on the stream, in the chat, and you know, Shockwave started off poorly because I predicted them. Solely my fault. My bad.
You're not
but,
predicting them today, so
yeah,
good.
no, sir. No, I'm not even gonna do that. You see, but I think they might have a different performance today. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not preaching or no, nothing. You know what? I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know who Shockwave even is.
Shockwave currently in 11th place, 18 points. I mean, they're not in a bad spot, right? They're currently, I guess if for some reason the cutoff points actually end up being between 30 to 35, they're already a little bit past halfway mark of being able to get those points. If they can actually go for it and get them, you know what? Send it, baby, because we are going to be jumping into the first match of day 2 of the PMCO EU 2025. And this plane path, oh my goodness. If anybody wanted to go down to the south, it's not going to be happening anytime soon.
Yep, this is a new one. I mean, we've had a couple of, we've had a northern plane path before. A lot of people dropping towards Severny. I think we had one towards the south side of Georgepool. And we had a Stalber drop as well. I think it was actually the same team. No, it was a different team because now we have the groups changing up. And I can already see that we might be having a couple of hot drops towards the likes of Lipovka with YBB and KQ. Of course, we will have, only one team in Yasnaya. So they're going to be extremely happy with that. 2 teams, though, heading towards Severny. Reminder, boys and girls, yesterday we had hot drops. I think we have maybe 1 or 2 hot drops throughout the entire day. We didn't really have that many. And right now, I am seeing 3 hot drops. Maybe 2 or 3 teams towards Lipovka and Liz and only one in Yasnaya. We got towards the likes of Rozak as well. Georgepool is going to have 1 team in the north and south, 2 teams in Severny as well. So this could be quite an interesting start to the day. And yep, interesting is the word, because KZ running for the hills. Nothing to loot in that small compound. And yeah, every single one of them just running. All they have are a couple of bandages. Not the best of starts, but hey, as long as you don't get caught out, you're fine.
And guess who's looking for him? K1, the team that's currently in the top 3. They're wanting to see if they can maybe sketch somebody on a weird rotation on the feet. And the only thing, though, for K1 is they need to be careful because all of their players don't actually have weapons either. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to be happening here.
That mask on the back of the truck, the second you mentioned that they're chasing them, was a bit mad. The first firefight of the game. We had a knock and a finish, but we didn't catch up. Around though. Lose anymore and decide to run Rami from BX Brothers. Just gonna be giving them a goodbye present and reminding them that Severny is for the BX Brothers and no one else.
Stay off my lawn. That's what they're currently saying. If you're thinking about it, don't even come close by. We already got the weapons. We already got what we need. And if you come even closer, we're going to make sure we end up getting you out of here. Now, I am seeing that we did end up losing a player already. And you can see it right there, BX Looney. That's the one that they were able to get him from Monaspa, none other, from Group C. Oh, man, that's a horrible start in a way, because you just handicapped yourself right off the bat for Group C, wanting to come in, wanting to make sure they leave their mark here in the first couple matches. But it's not going to end up going that way for these teams. They're just going to be looting renown. Kind of the same thing that we saw yesterday, right, San? Not really any hot drops, not really any crazy engagements right off the bat. If they do end up getting into engagements, they kind of end up backing off and making sure that they don't end up losing even more players and handicap themselves even in a bigger way.
Yeah, exactly. This is one of the things that we were talking about when we were going through examples as well of like what a team would do if they lost 1 player, 2, or 3. What would the plan usually be in most situations? Yes, it was find a corner in the zone somewhere, hide, and play for placements. Maybe don't throw a smoke in the shack that you're hiding in that no one knows about while a team is crossing towards you. Saw that yesterday, though.
Yeah.
Not a good idea. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Oh, no, don't do it.
This is a good spot, though, here in Heaven. I really wish I could see what the circle currently looks like and what the teams are currently doing, because they could catch some teams at least rotating, especially if they have the weapons over there. You go talking about it. I mean, you have another team just kind of pushing up to you. It's going to be none other than MNT. Are they going to be able to hit the shots here? That would be massive if they could get a knock right there, secure at least an elimination for a team that was thinking about going to Heaven, making them think twice about it. They're going to try to pop off these tires here. I don't know why that person decided to get out of right there. It's going to be a massive mistake. Meanwhile, Silence trying to jump on that roof, and he gets told to come down.
Yeah, Silence trying to see if he can actually get himself the first elimination for his team. The knock is there, but I don't think they're going to be leaving their compounds to secure this one.
Oh,
they're
no.
in a pretty good spot, but now Shockwave might be making a move. Levi and the boys are coming in. Now, 1337 Juania, they have a choice to make. I don't think it's going to be focusing on that knock they have outside. They have to focus on the fight that's coming to their doorstep. And see,
Be
and
careful,
Nick.
though.
Yeah.
Shockwave, I think Shockwave is really thinking about making this push here towards them. There you go. They decided to back off because Silence was able to get a bit of an angle on them. The only problem with that is that Levi for Shockwave is going to be stuck in a peculiar situation here. The tires to his vehicles are going to be popped. Levi now being stuck behind as his team started already rotating out. If he can hit this grenade, this could be massive. Get a knock, got some damage, but it doesn't end up hitting as the other player from 1337 ended up dropping down. Are they going to be considering this north side of Heaven? They're getting into vehicles and starting to back up a little bit. That would be insane, too.
Yeah, I'm kind of shocked that Levi is just there on his own. There's no vehicles around him as well. So the rest of the Shockwave members, okay, apparently getting knocked one right after the other by MDX, who are stepping up and getting themselves a couple of free elims. And now Levi all on his own in this area as Nick, I'm not sure where he's going to go or what he can do in this situation after losing 2 members. And you see, that's a problem. They didn't get a knock, like you mentioned. They didn't have an opportunity to go for a push, so they decided, okay, we are no longer doing this, and we're just going to retreat. They left Levi. 3 of them went back to their original place without having a member to hold down the fort. Their position was compromised, lost a couple of members, and done. Now, what are you going to do as those 2 members? What are Levi and Nick going to do?
Yeah, I think the big mistake here was from Levi. He did have a vehicle, but it ended up being outside of the smoke. So the players for 1337 were able to spot that, pop the tires, and that vehicle just became absolutely useless to him. So that's why he didn't want to take that. But yeah, I'm with you in regards to I wish they would have been a bit more of a decision right there. And this is kind of what we were seeing yesterday out of some of those teams. A bit of a hesitation. You can't really have that because these teams will make you pay for it. Shockwave now going to only have 2 players. And remember, Shockwave won't be playing tomorrow, so they definitely need to make sure they get as many points as possible because right now they're only sitting at 18. Meanwhile, Team Motor and Ronaldinho, this is the team that was actually able to eliminate those 2 players from Shockwave. Now they're starting to focus a little bit more on where the circle is going to be doing, seeing if they can spot everybody having a vehicle to themselves. That could be massive, especially with some of the finishes that we saw yesterday. Out in the open, you definitely needed to use vehicles as cover. And just to remind everybody, 1337, they did end up getting a knock earlier on, but they weren't able to confirm that into an elimination.
Nope, they were not able to get themselves that first point on the board. Now we are looking towards that board. See where the zone is going to be shifting. I'd say towards shelter, prison. Yeah, that's where it's going to be headed towards. At least it takes care of a lot of that coastline as well towards the north. Lipovka with YBB going to be a good spot. KQ as well around that Milk to Power area. Going to be very important to hold down and just scout those teams coming in from the western side. 9 minutes have passed. We've only lost 3 players. And I want to say this is what usually happens when we kind of appear to have a gentleman's agreement between the teams. Well, I want to say like we had that yesterday. We did not have that today. There was quite a few drops, quite a few people running for vehicles, running away from looting sites.
Yeah, I think it's just some of this teams being a little bit, not even a little bit, just smart in a way, being more tactical by just not wanting to risk losing players. I mean, we saw it perfectly earlier on with Munaspa. MNSP, that was one of the teams that were just lost a player, and they were like, okay, we need to just back out of this, right? K1, we saw K1 as well trying to run around, trying to drive around, see if they could spot anybody, and they weren't able to, and they were like, you know what, let's just start playing our game. So most of these teams are just looking to play their game, but this is the problem right here. Munaspa being able to set up, and ARG being able to get one knock. They're going to be switching around. They're going to be flip-flopping. We wanted some action. We're about to get it here.
Yeah, we are. Munaspa looking to get themselves a couple of limbs, but Sky already the first one to go down. But there was a couple of trades still. They're going to be watching as Lefka gets eliminated. And beautiful nade coming in from Konjo here. As Munaspa, they split up. One was trying to hold down the fort as the other is going to finish that revive. That's exactly what it does. But the nade, nope, no damage there. The heal will be completed. And now it's still going to be a 2v2. Yan with that nade, a little bit of damage. Konjo once again finding yet another opening. Close enough. But 300 Erangel Valley secure those elims and take down Munaspa in their first game. Yeah, because the third party is here.
Is going to be pulling up to get that third party here as ARG is looking a little bit damaged. They only have 2 players left alive. Rogo is going to end up getting eliminated. They're going to hop on that vehicle and just back off. This is a fight you don't want to take, especially after just getting done with another 5. Great play there by ARG, to be completely honest with you. I like that out of them. This is a team that needs the points. This is a team that cannot afford to just get some eliminations. They want to make sure they get into the late game as well and go for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, BX Brothers, I want to say they coming in at the perfect time with that third-party element. And the duo on the opposite side, knowing that they can't take the fight, they back off. And BX Brothers, they're like, you know what? We'll take that loot you worked so hard for. We'll enjoy it a little bit, since you didn't have time to take anything for yourself. Look at that. 300 bullets on the AUG. Meanwhile, the S12K, yeah, they're pretty loaded. Might need just a little bit of, I want to say that tier 2 armor, though. Level 2 armor, just slight upgrades. Well, what's going on there, 7?
Brother. Do you see this? They get to have all the loot here. They get the spoils here from that fight that just happened between ARG and Munaspa. They were like, okay, you know what? You guys don't want to fight. We'll at least be able to take whatever loot the players from Munaspa had, and the 2 players that you guys ended up losing too. But overall, great play there by ARG. I respect that they decided to back off. I respect that they decided to just, you know what? We're probably going to end up losing this fight. We don't have the numbers to our advantage. Let's just back off and don't take this fight. 1337. We saw them earlier in heaven. Now they're looking to get shots. I'm actually enjoying what I'm seeing so far out of this team, 1337, because they are wanting to get into fights. They are wanting to be that little pest around to everybody and make sure if they do see an option to shoot at somebody, they're just going to be going for it.
300 Erangel Valley. They were one of the teams that did play with us yesterday. They are going to be finishing up their run in the tournament today, looking towards their ranking. 18 points with that 2, with the duo alive. I see what you're owing. I see Abe Esports. A couple of knocks. not going in their favor. I think they're down to just one player at this point, and looks like it is them against KZ. And we're going to be jumping right into that fight, as it looks like it is going to be a 3v1, no, 3v2 now, or 1v2. Wow, the math is once again not mathing today. All I know is there's a third party on KZ just applying a little bit of pressure, as Milas from Abe Esports is just trying to hold his ground as much as possible. But now with the revive coming through, once again going for a 3v1. Yes, that is correct. It is 3 members. Molotov on the back. Damn it. Let's see. Where is the third party coming from? Where are the shots coming from?
Oh.
But it looks like Melas with the molly gets a knock.
He does end up getting the knock, and he stops that push, actually, from KC from happening, although Abbey Esports does end up getting eliminated as Team Explode was able to get some angles here. But Moxie is going to end up getting revived. This is great play here by KC. They end up losing at least one player, but now they have control of this compound, and they need to be careful. Team Explode was around. Meanwhile, K1, a team that's wanting to maintain a top 3 situation after this match, trying to get those eliminations, trying to push the action here to Galaxy. This is a team you were hyped about. Right now, it's not looking so good for them. Hopefully, they'll be able to fight back from this situation, because on top of that, they do have YBAB behind them as well. Let's see what the new zone is going to be looking like. We got Prison in play. If he goes Prison, oh my goodness, it does go in a little bit towards Prison. That's going to be absolutely madness. It's been a while since I've seen a finish just in Prison. I'm hoping it happens. Galaxy Esports does end up getting eliminated. K1 being able to get at least 2 eliminations from that fight. There was just too many teams around there, Sandstorm. Everybody was compiling in, and how open this is, there's not that much cover.
Yeah, there really isn't in this area, so everyone is just scrambling, trying to find any kind of safe haven they can hold themselves up in until the next zone, but it's just gonna get smaller and smaller, and those little places, those little safe havens, are slowly going to disappear, one right after the other as the zone shrinks. Destiny to Rise, I did kind of tout them as one of the teams that I would like to see just based off of the name and nothing else. So no one give me, no one judge me. Don't give me none of that. It was just based off of the name. All right, we go, we move. Destiny to Rise continues. A little bit of damage going towards Kawara, but not enough for a knock. So they should still be okay. Please be okay. Please, I beg you. Please. Don't,
I think they'll be fine.
I hope
they were
so.
able to get 2 eliminations there. They were able to get 13-37 Woodson just on an off angle. YBAB, this is a team, man, that definitely needs those points. They're currently fighting there in the middle of the table. If Group C show up, they could be even lower, but now there you go, destined to rise, finding a weakness in this push here. Can they actually confirm? One goes down, another goes down. There's still 1 player alive though from 13-37. That's a dangerous man. Element very low on HP and waiting for his team to get revived, but 13-37 doesn't want to slow this down, Sandstorm. They just want to go for it. So only 1 player's alive. Is going to be able to confirm 1 elimination. He is. Can he finish the other one? He gets the second one too. Can he clutch up for his squad? But Ralph being able to save it for his team, getting that last elimination. My goodness, destined to rise. That almost went absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it almost did, but Ralph comes up clutch for himself and for his squad. 5 eliminations. Perfect start for them going into their first game of the day. And now we're jumping towards YBAB. This was one of the teams that I want to say sometimes they'd be put in a fantastic position zone-wise, but they didn't really do much with it yesterday. We saw that happen on Erangel a couple of times, specifically towards the southern eastern side of the map, around Milta and Milta Power as well. So now we're kind of close to that same area. Not anymore though, as we are ending towards Shelter, but still I was expecting to see a little bit better performance from them. Bokaz though from Team Modern. So far they have 3 eliminations and they're setting their sights on the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. Beautiful knock from Bokaz. Now as 2 people.
Bokaz.
Yeah.
Putting up a performance here. I'm seeing a P90 close by too. There's 1 player standing there from K1, and they were able to get him on the fly as well.
Are you kidding me? Man pushes on a buggy on his own, switches to the 2nd seat, secures the elim as his teammate is reviving. Madness.
4 eliminations to Bokaz himself. Let's see what this circle is going to be looking like. Is it going to end up going to prison? Oh, it's still in play. But now for Modern, they're going to have to rotate a little bit, but they're just going to have so much high ground to work with. They know that there's really not that many teams towards the right side. YBAB, we saw them sitting pretty there in a compound. What will they be able to do that? Meanwhile, though, Team Explodes finding themselves in a situation earlier where it looked like it could be going their way. But MTN realizing that those players were so close, and now they're just going to be trading grenades, and Neymar being able to be the one that hits the first nade. Team Explode with only Gringo left. We saw Gringo being able to put up some good performances yesterday. Could he do it here for the team? They only have one elimination. 9 teams are still left alive. He wants to get at least to those placement points and hopefully see if he can maybe third party a fight and steal some more eliminations. Motion, though, playing this very slow here. They don't know how many players are there, and they want to make sure that whatever elimination it is available, they're going to try to get it.
And meanwhile, Kehayoyo was just like, yo, no, wait, come back. And they rotate together on the western side as the zone is shrinking again and again. We see Shockwave in the distance. They're still alive and well, but for how long is the question. Levi, a couple of bullets coming his way from Suro and the BX brothers at the moment.
Waiting for a Shockwave. I mean, remember, Shockwave lost those players earlier on here. BX brothers still has all their 4 players alive. This terrain is just awful to work with, man. If you get caught out in the open, you're going to be done for. Just as I say, that Motion gets caught by Destined to Rise. That's it for that team. As they were trying to get even more eliminations, it ends up backfiring. But this little dip right now that BX brother has is actually quite strong. And on top of that, they have utilities to them. They also have the smoke grenade, the smoke gun on their side too. But Shockwave could be a bit of a pest for them.
Yeah, unless Rami manages to find that angle on both players. Has to find a way to take care of him. But the problem is he's attracting too much attention towards himself as well. Destined to Rise. Take advantage of the situation, get themselves a knock, but are they going to do anything else with it is the question. We'll find out shortly. Monaco, just, I want to say, a little bit of suppressing fire. Smoke for Rami, and then going in for the revive. But the question is, are you exposed to anyone else in this situation?
They try to put his teammate in the vehicle and try to rotate out of that one because Destined to Rise is just having a perfect angle, and you don't want to end up losing your vehicle right there because then that's going to be 2 of you that is just in a bad situation. Meanwhile, Shockwave, I mean, Shockwave have played this perfectly. They're just waiting. They're just laying down and waiting to see what's going to happen here as Destined to Rise is trying to be that aggressive team. Look at them. I mean, this is why you pick them, Sansor, not only because of their logo, because they're trying to see if they can get anything going their way. Team Explode ends up getting eliminated. Destined to Rise element now pushing up a little bit forward. They need to be careful, though. Shockwave is getting those grenades ready, and this could hit. Oh, good thing he moved out of the way.
Yeah, good thing indeed. The buggy takes the brunt of the damage, and he decides, you know what? I want my buggy. I want to go back and regroup with my team. This is not the best spot to be in. It's just better to play the long game and actually reach the end game. Rami still distracted by the 2 players from Shockwave because he knows they are going to be a thorn in their back if they are just left to their own devices. YBB, I haven't seen a lot of their names show up in the elimination feed, but they are 2 players still with 1 elim. That's about it for now for them.
I enjoy that BX Brothers was at least able to regroup their Monaco, though. He's still getting on this angle. I'm hoping they don't end up wasting too much of that utility because they are currently outside of the circle. They're fighting people that are outside of the circle. There you go. That's the knock that they need to see if you can confirm that one and then try to move on. You don't want to get exposed. You don't want to get knocked here because you're going to force your teammates to come and revive you, even though you already had 2 teammates within the circle. I don't necessarily agree there with that fight as Destined to Rise is just looking for any opening to just get some knocks, continue to be that pest that we've been talking about that some teams are wanting to be, continue to be those aggressors. And meanwhile, Destined to Rise just continuing here to look for opportunities. They need to be careful though because Dizzy is close by, and with the positioning right now from Destined to Rise, that could end up happening. You're gonna be forced to just be fighting against the zone. They know that you're gonna be in a bad situation, and Dizzy getting that knock, the grenades are gonna start raining down, or they're gonna be jumping in the vehicles and sending it. Oh. Oh! Great play there by Monaco, and I'm loving the aggression here at its BX Brothers as they see a little bit of weakness there with Daisy after Daisy was able to take Destin to Rise. They're making that push. It is going to be a 3. Monaco being able to get the angle right here. Can he actually connect with any? He's not going to be able to. They were able to get behind that cover, get on that vehicle, and start focusing up a little bit more towards your teammates, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. He's going to hop out. He needs some more utilities. He needs, if he can find a helmet, boy, go for that helmet. But meanwhile, this whole time, I mean, we have had other teams at the top. YBAB, they've been sitting pretty. They haven't really had to do much. A team that I ended up picking, Kodiak, only with 2 eliminations, but they're just waiting for the right time. This is okay. You're now securing placement points, and on top of that, you're trying to see if you can start getting some eliminations by third party in this fight. They see what looked to be a great play is starting to backfire because they were just on that edge of the circle, and with this terrain, there's just not that much cover besides some trees here and there. Yeah. Oh. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? Because YBAV and also MDX are so close by. Kodiak, this is why Kodiak was wanting to make sure that they ended up clearing that side, because these teams are basically right on top of them. Meanwhile, Team Modern, they're having to lay down. They do have the high ground, but they're just waiting. They're being patient to see if there's any opening. They don't want to end up getting knocked. They're currently only working with 3 players. Kodiak being able to find some shots there on BX Brothers. BX Brothers now down to 3. Being able to find some shots. You got to be able to hit those, as me model is not going to be able to hit him, and now he's going to have to lay down. They are super exposed here. If BX Brothers can just find the opening, Kodiak is going to be in a bad situation. You can see 7 kick now starting to rotate around. Needs to be careful, though. All those teams at the top, it could just be an easy knock, and he's trying to sneak up on him. He's not going to be able to get anything yet. Oh. Yes. That was beautiful right there by Kodiak. Perfect play by 7 kick as he was able to pull it up. Not only get just the first knock there with the grenade, being able to pull up and get the last player standing from BX Brothers behind that tree. Now that everything is clear from their side, they are currently center of the circle. They are currently having the advantage, and they need to worry about this team towards the top. They need to worry about Modern and YBAB, hoping that they end up fighting. And this is a great play here that they're doing as they're trying to push the action. They're trying to see if they could third party, and it's working wonders right now as YBAB is trying to defend themselves too. There goes YBAB. Kodiak with an amazing plays here as they only have 1 player left from Team Modern, and it's gonna be possibly easy pickings here as they're looking to close it out. Actually, now 2 players left standing. Lost trying to get that angle kick, trying to go for the grenades again. The grenades are gonna be coming in, and that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Kodiak coming in hot for Group C. Not only do they have an amazing logo, they have amazing performances, being able to secure that first win. Wow, what a play from BX Brothers to being able to push the action and making sure that they were ready to take on that fight. Great, Kodiak, great play. I'm actually impressed.
And you know what? Seven, you chose them.
Hey, that's all right. You know, it is what it is.
Based off the logo. But you know what? Incredible performance from them.
Yeah.
I love the fact that they were able to sweep that western side, be able to take out BX Brothers, because they were the ones that were going to decide who was going to win the game in that moment. Because they weren't able to take out Kodiak, they secured that left side, and then I want to say Team Modern on the opposite side realized, okay, they're busy. This is our chance to go. This is our chance to take out third place and then go for that 3v3. But because BX Brothers were taken out so quickly, the third party against the side of YBB and Team Modern came in so quickly and no one was able to adapt. And it was just easy pickups for the side of Kodiak. And this is what we said. We wanted to see teams from Group C coming out swinging in Game 1. That's what Kodiak does. That's what a couple of the other teams did from Group C. So this is a fantastic start for them. So now the question for you, Seven, and for our lovely audience members, I'll give you guys about 10, 20 seconds. Who's the MVP of Game 1?
He might not be the actual MVP, but the MVP there on that final engagement was Kick 7 for me. That play, being able to push up to Kick Brothers, being able to get those, secured those 2 eliminations, massive.
You know what? I will agree. I will agree. Because I don't think it has to be someone from Kodiak. Actually, no. I'm gonna go for someone from.
They didn't have that many eliminations. Remember,
I'll go for
the
the brothers.
Pretty for a long time.
I'm actually gonna go for one of their brothers. I'll go with Monaco actually from BX Brothers.
Monaco, they have great performance.
All right, let's have a look and see.
What's it gonna be?
Ooh! Oh, wait a minute. Okay, destined to rise element with 4 elims, 661 damage as the best player from game numero uno of the numero dos.
I mean, Destined to Rise was being aggressive, so that's good out of Element for him to be able to secure those 4 eliminations. But yeah, we have to go back to that play for Kodiak. They were just so quiet throughout the whole match, right? And then whenever they needed to actually pump up the volume, make sure that they had that switch to be aggressors, they went for it. And if I'm gonna be nitpicky here on some of the teams, Team Modern was one of those teams that could have possibly done that. They needed to be passive when they needed to be, but then they also needed to be able to switch on that switch. Be aggressive when you needed to be. They needed to take on that 5 with YBAB soon, but them waiting that long, Sandstorm, I feel like for Team Modern is what ended up just causing havoc for them, because not only did they wait long to take the fight with YBAB that they were going to have to take regardless because of the circle, it allowed Kodiak to just start pushing up that hill and get the angles that they needed to get to just secure the win.
Yeah, and I want to say it wasn't just that. It was also the fact that when we were looking at BX Brothers, the person I chose to be the MVP, Monaco, I'm not sure what the call was, and obviously, like, I'm not blaming him specifically, but the idea that they had to go for the revive when there was no cover for the attempt to have the revive it was a little bit confusing. Honestly, I'm not sure why that decision was made, but it did cost them quite a lot in the end game there. So that's definitely something that they have to work on. And that is a lot of black backgrounds with logos, boys. Kodiak, destined to rise. I believe we have one more.
Dizzy.
That's the one. I got dizzy with that one.
Damage.
Yeah, I was looking. I was like, wait a minute. Which one does that belong to? But yes, yeah, a little bit. I got lost in it a little bit, but you know what? Most grenade elims, okay? Most grenade elims, I feel like it's like the biggest trap as a stat that we have, because it's always been one. It's always just been one. The maximum we've seen is 2 grenade elims.
So you're saying if you see 3 grenade limbs at all,
I will lose it. I will lose
PMCO,
it. Yes.
You will pick somebody that's currently watching on YouTube and give them UC. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
No. No. We're not doing this.
You know you want to give out that UC, San. You mentioned it. You agreed to it.
Listen.
Shook my hand.
First of all, I'm in Ireland and you're in the US. How the heck did we shake hands?
Hear me out.
Okay.
Technology.
Wow. It was a magical.
The more you know.
It was a magical hand. I mean, look, we can try.
Please.
We can.
Can I shake? Yes. Come on. Shake my hand. Wait. Hold on. Oh, yours.
No, no, I can't. I
Yours
can't.
cuts off.
We're-
It ain't happening. Maybe we'll try again later. Maybe it will happen.
Wait, well, okay,
All
wait, no, we're
Last
told to try
chance.
again. We're told
Last
to try.
chance before we move on and show the team. You know what? Fist bump. Fist bump.
No!
I almost punched your forehead.
Oh my God! You know, you see,
Oh,
we
man.
like to be, you know, educational with our analysis, and we also like to be entertaining in our cast. You know, so I like to think that we bring both
course.
sides. Maybe
Yeah,
we
let us know if
Yeah.
we should. I tried a fist bump there, but I almost ended up giving you an accidental nose job.
Yo, listen, I know I already need one. You don't have to. You don't gotta do me like that.
I'm not. I wasn't trying to. I was trying to defend you, my boy. But going back to the game there, anything that stood out for you? For me, Abby Esports not really being able to follow out the performances that we saw yesterday. Maybe, but you know what? Let's look at the match ranking here because this is what I'm interested on. As Kodiak was able to get those 19 points. And one team that I was talking about there for a brief second, Abby Esports, only ends up with a big old donut of 0.
I mean, listen, they got 64 points in 5 games. I think they can afford to take a break and mulligan the next 4 games as well. They're fine. They're through to the top 16. It doesn't really matter to them, but it does matter to the rest of the squads. And honestly, again, I do want to point out Kodiak, Team Modern, Destined to Rise, and Dizzy. 4 out of the teams that have gotten the most, I guess, the top 5 points-wise, are all teams coming up from Group C. 300 Erangel Valley, suffering a little bit in today's game. Today's first game. Team Explode as well. They have to step it up. I'm not even gonna talk about Galaxy Esports. That was not a caster curse. No, it was not. Don't look at me. Stop it. Leave me alone. K1 continuing their aggression. 5 eliminations, 0 placement points. Still showing us that they love to go for those fights, those skirmishes. Maybe a little bit too much, but again, one of the teams that's relaxed in terms of placement in the overall ranking.
I mean, just for everybody currently watching, let us know in the comments, all right? The team that I pick ends up winning. The team that Sandstorm pick ends up getting a solid point. Hey, at least they didn't get a donut. You got to find the positives and the negatives here. They didn't get a donut. They're already doing a lot better than what. Actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna say.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Why you gotta do them like that? Anyways, moving to the overall ranking, it's still obviously 64 points for Abe. K1 will move to second place and take over Boars. Obviously, with Boars and the Noisy Boys not even playing in today's games, a couple of teams will be going over them. KZ still relaxing, but I want to drop down to the other squads. So Alpha. After, just instantly, you see dropping to 20th place. 5 games, 5 points. It's got to change for them.
Group C, 4 teams passed them up. This is what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to do them dirty. I'm just trying to actually showcase that some of the teams here already ended up performing much better than Alpha Esports was able to do on their day 1. But I'm going to be looking at Motion, Munaspa. I mean, these teams were able to showcase that they were being aggressive. One of them that comes to mind right away that was being aggressive, 1337, Huania. I thought they were going to actually end up performing a lot better with the aggressiveness that they were showcasing whenever they were in heaven. That wasn't the case, which they only ended up getting 1 elimination in that whole match. I'm hoping they'll be able to bring it back a little bit.
They will have an opportunity to bring it back because we will be jumping into my favorite map very, very soon. And of course, it is going to be Miramar. And I want to see who's going to be the king of Miramar in day 2. Are there going to be any surprises from the teams in Group C? The question is, do you have your shades on? Are you ready for the sunny paradise that is Miramar?
I don't know what you're talking about. I had them on the whole time.
Ooh. Okay, so
I had them on.
Okay, so you know what? You know what? No. Hold on.
Finding out.
No, I'm fighting. No. I'm fighting production. When I'm fighting production, they know how much I like to show my sunglasses on this thing because it's part of the Miramar charm. As the pilot leading and taking the plane to Miramar, I need the shades, dude. It's very sunny.
I just realized that my shades that I had on, they're definitely broken. I must have sit on them or something. Oh, he did me dirty. All right, you know what?
Yeah. You see what I'm telling you? We gotta fight them. They're doing us both dirty.
I got those Tom Cruise
My brother,
Pilot
how many
glasses.
monitors do you have?
All of them. Got
Um,
1, 2, 3, 4.
Four.
To add more? I'll add more.
I mean,
You know
look,
what?
honestly,
I think it's not going to be that shiny. All right? It's not going to be that shiny. I'm intrigued to see which teams are actually going to be bouncing back in this one. One right off the bat, especially for Group C, 13-37. I mentioned them earlier. Want to see them being able to bounce back. For Abby Esports, they did have some good performances. Not insane performances, but there was a team that was consistent. I know you're saying that they can be lenient. They can maybe have 4 mulligans here in the last day, on the last playing day for them. But I don't want to see that. I actually want to see consistency, because when we end up going to the grand finals, the thing, Sandstorm, is it's not going to be top 16 like it is here for semifinals. It's going to be top 4. And you and I have personally seen it in the past where top 4 becomes insane. It is so hard to be able to just actually get within the top 4s unless you have a team that's popping off. But if you're able to be consistent, if you're able to secure some points here and there, and then on top of that have a pop-off performance, that's exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yep. And consistency is going to be key. And like you mentioned it for Abby Esports, yeah. One day, one game, that's it. You're done. The rest of the game still. Stay on form, try to focus as much as you can and get back into the swing of things. Keep that momentum going from now into the finals so you can continue this performance. And yeah, top 4, it is going to be difficult, because the thing is, I want to see what's going to happen specifically last 2 games when it comes to tomorrow's games. And of course, last 2 games when it comes to the grand finals. Because in those 2 games, that's when you see the teams that are on the border of qualifying and not qualifying. Those, let's say, like 4 or 6 teams, they're going to start targeting each other, because you're not going to have any other choice. You either focus on this team, take them out, or you risk it and rely on yourself getting to the end game and having more points than whatever team you're competing for the last spots to qualify, whether it's to the grand finals or whether it's to the PMSL itself. Those are things that are going to be anxiety-inducing for these players. So they have to prepare themselves mentally for this kind of obstacle as well.
And not only that, right? Like you were mentioning yesterday too, in regards to some of these teams maybe wanting to be a little bit of a spoil role on some of these teams. If you see situations where maybe now Abby, right, being able to get those 0 points, they're like, okay, well, we were not expecting the team that eliminated us to be there. Is this going to actually be a pattern? If they do notice it in that second Erangel, they might end up saying, you know what, we need to find a way to make it a little bit harder for those teams to get those points on that final game. Or even now, they might need to start thinking that, it's like, okay, based on what we have experienced so far with some of these teams, these are the teams that we just want to make it a little bit harder for them to actually qualify to the grand finals, for us to have an easier path to that PMSL in grand finals. Any of those situations definitely end up coming to play. We've seen it in the past. We've definitely seen it in the past. And I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up happening here, especially towards the end of the day, when this team, especially from Group B, they got nothing to lose. They know that they're probably going to end up going home. Or if they do have something to lose, if they do realize that they need those extra points, then they end up going for it.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see. Every single one of these teams going for it, just like Group C did at the beginning of day 2 here for themselves. Also, a nice little way of saying hello to players from Group A that are not participating in today's games. Welcome. This is your time to kick back, relax, and watch the chaos ensue with Group B and Group C going at it, and then trying to figure out what you can do going into Game 3. But we are going to be going through the highlights for Game 1, just to give you guys a little bit of a reminder in case you missed out on game number 1 of. And that was it. Those are the highlights. That was quick.
Just destined to rise, being able to just mow down that team. This was right here, man. Monaco being able to put himself in this situation, that was a good grenade. On top of that, destined to rise, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance there towards BX Brothers. But BX Brothers, man, being able to get those angles, being able to make sure they secure the spots. I know you weren't happy about that situation right there. 7 kick, being able to clutch it up for his team, making it so much easier. Overall, great plays. Honestly, great plays from some of these teams on the first match. And I'm excited how that's going to be transitioning here towards Miramar. We are getting ready to go into that match, so stay with us.
Yeah, I believe we're just waiting for a couple of players. They are They dropped their boarding passes, so we're just we're looking through the system, make sure that we got the right people and the right seats. Everyone's ready. We take our security very, very seriously when it comes to competing in these tournaments. Okay, we're watching you guys. We know what you're doing. No. You gotta get in your seat. We look at your ticket. Sure, it's the same identity, same person. Yeah, you're with this new. I don't want to see people like missing up chairs. Like, no. You go sit with your team. I know what you're trying to do. But yes, I
They didn't have their sunglasses. That's what it was.
Yeah. They didn't have their sunglasses.
Okay, you got to go back, put them on.
Yeah, no. You didn't put the cover on the pillow. You got to put the cover on the pillow, and then you can bring it on. Yeah. We know our PUBG mobile players. Every single one of them loves their pillow.
That's the funny thing, right? When we end up going to LAN events, by the way, as we're waiting here, the funny thing when you end up going to LAN events is you literally end up seeing players walking around with the pillow, getting on the bus to the venue with a pillow. And I wonder if they go back to the hotel and they sleep on it.
No, I would personally think that the pillow they carry, like the competition pillow, is not the sleeping pillow. Because like here's the thing: when you go to sleep, right, you want to lay your head on a cold pillow, nice. You get me? You don't want to have a warm pillow. If you're using the pillow throughout the entire day, and then you go and you put it on your bed, and then you lay your head on the pillow, it's gonna be warm. It's been going around with you all day. It wasn't in the fresh room, staying the whole time.
Yeah, you just flip
You're using the pillow for the whole day. Both sides are gonna be warm because you're putting it like on your lap, and then you're resting your hands on the pillow, so it's warm on both sides. Trust me. Listen, we know that we've gone to enough LAN events to know like I guess the extent of like it being like competition pillow and bed pillow.
Their elbows there for support. They're not putting the whole body on that thing.
Not
they're
everyone.
Using that gyro, they can't be like.
Hey, listen, you don't know. You know, some of the players actually sit with their legs crossed on the chair as they're playing.
Yep.
Yeah, so like you have a lot of players with like different poses and different ways they kind of sit and relax on the chair.
Okay, that's fair. You know what? That's fair. If we are going to be taking a little bit longer here to get to Miramar, one thing that I would love to watch production is just to refresh the memory of everybody. If we can look at the overall once again, just to see how some of these teams from Group C were able to perform here. That way we can look and see how they need to perform when we end up going to Miramar, because man, this is just dig me.
Okay, I'm sorry for laughing, but basically, Seven's asking for graphics. Production's like,
They don't need to know that. They don't need to know that. We can move on
I
from that.
don't want to do that. No. We like our production team. They help us entertain everyone on the stream. And there you go. You see, they like playing with us, just like we like to play with each other here. Anyways, Abby, yes, still first place with those 64 points. But I still want to focus, of course, on Group C. Shockwave. You from Group B, I want to say 36. Yeah, so around where like Explode is. That's going to be the threshold, I think, for the top 16 teams. It's got to be like around 35, 36 points.
Yeah, I can definitely end up seeing that happening. I mean, we are going to be seeing some teams go down even more because of the Group A. They're going to be not playing here. KC, though, being able to put up some performances there in the last match. K1 as well. Actually, this was a team that was able to put up a performance in the last one. That's the one I was thinking about. They ended up with 5 eliminations, 0 placement points, though, and KC ended up with 4 eliminations, 0 placement points. So you can see a pattern there in regards to some of these teams just being extra aggressive. And while we're talking about it, BX Brothers, do you think that was actually a big mistake there by them trying to go for that revive?
I would think so, because like at that point, if they go for the revive, they're focused on going for the fight, because for the side of Kodiak, they didn't really have any cover. They tried to take a fight with one of the BX players. They got sprayed down. They had to throw a couple of smokes and run around in the open. They didn't really have anything to literally even lie behind or stand behind for cover. No rocks, no trees, nothing. So at that point, having that kind of control over the side of Kodiak, you take them out one by one, and then you control that side, and then you'd be able to sweep in and take the whole game. The fact that they greeted and thought they needed to go for that revive in order to go for the fight, that caused them a big problem. And I don't want to say like it's going to affect them in the long run. It won't. They're still sitting in top 4, top 5 in the overall leaderboard, so no problems there. But one of those mistakes that you shouldn't be repeating a lot going into future tournaments. One of those mistakes that you have to learn from. So we'll
for sure, right?
Yeah.
And this is kind of along the lines of what we've been talking about. If you are going to be having those mistakes, you want to have them here in the semifinals and not when we end up going to the finals. And then on top of that, with the point that we were making yesterday, saying how some of these teams didn't want to like sacrifice certain players. They don't want to end up losing those players. But in those situations, I mean, you're kind of forced to. You're just put in a situation where you need to be able to be like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to pick you up. I need to actually focus on this fight because there's somebody very, very close to what that we need to take care of. If we're not taking care of this one, then you're going to end up happening with what happened to BX Brothers there at the end, where they're just not going to really be able to do much.
Exactly. Or at least like, throw a couple of smokes. If there's no cover fire, throw a couple of smokes. If you have no smokes, the decision to just go for the revive, that was the mistake then. But at least now they know. And for BX Brothers, not going to affect them that much. But I want to say like other teams, maybe in their situation, definitely would impact them in the rest of the tournament run. You know what? Don't worry, guys. Like
one team, you know what I'm thinking about?
Ooh.
One team, as we're having time here, while the players are getting ready. One team that did end up performing really well yesterday in the first Miramar that we played was Abby Esports. They ended up with not only the win, they ended up with 13 eliminations. So that could be another team that could maybe end up soaking up those points here in Miramar and making it even harder for some of the teams that are Group C and also their own group, Group B, trying to secure those points. Because 13 elims, man, that's a lot. And on top of that, being able to pack it up with the win, that's 23 points. That's not only are you going to be creating an even bigger lead in regards to the first place, but on top of that, you're being able to just steal a lot of points from teams that definitely need it.
Yeah, and making it top heavy just complicates things so much for the teams in the lower portion of the leaderboard. Just they're fighting tooth and nail for like 1 point here, 1 point there, and it's going to end up being ridiculously close as we come to the end of day 2, and then obviously going into day 3. But you know what? With it coming to Miramar, with it coming to game 2 soon, #soon, I'd say, you know, I want to give this opportunity to the viewers. Both of us, you think is going to take game number 2, and is it going to be a team from Group B or Group C? Because we will wait no more. Here we go. The players are ready. We did our final checks. Everyone is in the right seat with the right team. I swear if I see one of you with the wrong team right now, ooh.
It ain't going to happen.
Yeah,
you know what is going to happen, though? Los Leones, once again, right over that plane path. That some teams were able to take big advantage of it, but I'm just intrigued. I'm intrigued to see what that first zone is going to be like. Are we going to be getting some zones where possibly we could get some water? And can we possibly end up getting a zone where a little bit of Partona is there?
Let's have a look.
Anybody going to be hot dropping here?
I'm waiting.
We saw... actually, we didn't see any yesterday. Any insane hot drops yesterday. And I think they're gonna be staying here with the same agreement. This plane pad though might allow it. Not even just a hot drop, but just seeing if they could possibly get somebody on the rotations.
Let's see. We're still waiting for that zone to show up, but hot drops this time? No, right? Do my eyes deceive me, or is it just... Yeah, I don't see a single... Yeah, it looks like it's going to be another chill start for me. I mean, then again, it is Miramar, and with this plane path, I honestly expected maybe someone to go, maybe 2 teams to go to Impala, but no one's dropping like center Los Leones. They're going for like the containers on the western side and on the southern side. There's warehouses rather. We got Monaspa heading towards San Martin. Yeah, with all those... actually, no! Wait! Seven! We may have one. We may have one. Valle del Mar. We may have 2 teams.
See if it's going to be happening, though.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. There you go.
Oh, Picado as well, actually. Yeah, let's go. It's Abe versus Dizzy. Abe lost 1 fully. Dizzy have 1 that they are currently reviving. Bad boy trying to see if he can actually just get an angle onto anyone. The revive is already done. So now it's going to be a 4v3. So an advantage numbers-wise for the side of Dizzy. Well, I'm not so sure about the armor situation, though.
He's waiting for it. There goes one knock for Dizzy. Dizzy was a bit aggressive earlier, though.
He really was, but besides that, he wants to change it up this time around. Once again, same player gets knocked down. And Dizzy. You see, this is one of the things that when I notice it happening, I always know that, okay, you have one of two choices. You either force the fight, just get it done quickly, or you retreat. Because at the end of the day, you don't want to lose members. You don't want to waste time losing precious time that you could be looting, gathering information about other teams, preparing yourself to rotate, and get yourself ready for the next zone.
It could end up disengaging here. I think we ended up seeing that kind of situation here for a while too. Yesterday, where they ended up maybe getting at least one knock, one apiece, and then just backing out. Rogo though with the spot right now. I mean, if anybody from Dizzy even pops out their head, they're not gonna be expecting Rogo right here. Rogo just trying to be a little snake on top of this roof, trying to get those angles, but he needs to be careful because if he does end up getting knocked, that's going to end up backfiring. Oh, he's going for it too, Sandstorm.
Oh boy, he's going to try and find that angle. Still searching. But the thing is, like, I think the side of Dizzy are aware. They can hear everything that's going on. And play the game for long enough, you know, I guess, the different sounds that you'd be making on different surfaces. And now, still, Abe, with the MVP of day one in Rogo, looking, searching for any sign of where Dizzy is, but it looks like it's reached a stalemate at this point. No one wants to make a move because at this point the armor is not the best. And finally Rogo, he does exactly what he set out to do, find that angle. He continues to find an opening here for the side of Abe. He took out two, looking to secure the third. Where is the rest of the team? Where's the rest of the squad? They're currently going for a revive. Oh, are you kidding me? With the shotgun, gets the knock, but the rest of AE are okay. All right, little friendly banter going on there, but hey, Abe Esports, they lost one member, but they got 4 in return, so I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah, it's a fair trade. I'm just kind of laughing a little bit there. I shoot at the box. I'm like, brother, you still ended up losing one player there, and on top of that, Rogo ended up getting knocked. It could have been a lot worse for the team there. Usually you want to shoot the boxes whenever you do a clean sweep, but for that team, we finally got a hot drop. I feel like that can actually qualify and classify as a hot drop for my liking, Sandstorm. Before we saw where they ended up getting one elimination apiece and they backed off. This one, they fully committed to it, especially with Rogo on the roof trying to get those angles for the squad. You know what? Respect, Abby. And I actually had them performing well here on this Miramar, so I'm hoping somehow now with just 3 players alive, they're going to be able to still put up points.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, you kind of, you said they got to do something. Abe Esports, they struggled in the game on Erangel, and now coming up with those 4 limbs, even though they lost one member, still very well played for them. But now let's have a look at see what Shockwave and Motion are going to show us. Shockwave, remember, these guys, last day of competition for them in this tournament, unless they can continue to perform and qualify for the next stage. And it looks like this might be the way. This might be the direction it's heading in. Ooh. As Yen and Shockwave, one right after the other. They're just taking them out one by one. They split up, though. They lost a member. And that's going to be a little bit of a problem.
It is going to be a big problem there for them as Shockwave decided to end up sending just one by one. It ends up backfiring. There you go. Using that utility that you have to your advantage. Since you know they're going to be on the second floor, being able to just make sure they secure that elimination. Nick, though, oh man, I felt like that was just an unnecessary elimination there for Shockwave for their team. They could have played that out so well, considering how many players from the other squad were already knocked too. Nonetheless, though, Shockwave being able to finish off that team, being able to secure some points on their name. And Abby, a team that we're able to see earlier with the hot drop, they're making sure that they now take their sweet time to fully loot this area, fully loot Picado, get those tier 3 if they're able to find any. I mean, Bad Boy already has a tier 3 helmet. So I like it. Well, I actually like that skin too, not gonna lie. For Bad Boy. Bad Boy being one of the players currently with those 2 eliminations and now putting 100 damage. Is that correct? Yeah, I think it is correct. 100 damage for 2 elims? That's not a bad day at the office.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, Bad Boy did perform throughout the scrims, and he also performed throughout the first day of the tournament. Tends to reason that he would show up again throughout day number 2 with his team and continue to lead the overall ranking across all games so far. Team Modern joining us for the first time in today's games. They had a strong performance in game 1, getting themselves a top 3, top 4 finish with a couple of elims. So that's exactly what you want to do in your first game of the day for the competition. Now you just have to keep going. Keep it consistent, get 4 points, 5 points per game. I mean, honestly, you don't even need that. If you're looking to qualify, if you can average 3 points per game, you're solid. 3 to 4 points per game. 40 points by the end of it. Top 16 out of 24 qualify. Sounds reasonable, right?
Sounds reasonable. Sound like the math definitely adds up, but not something I want to see.
No, yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah. I want to say if you set your target to average for like 3 or 4 points per game, you're gonna end up happy averaging 2 points. So no, don't do that. Average 8 or 9 per game. That's what you want to aim for.
Wait, you're actually being serious about this. I mean, I'm telling you, the math adds up. If they did have that plan, it would end up working out. But that's just not what I want to see out of a team, especially if when they end up going to the grand finals. If they just get used to averaging those points and they're not able to snap themselves out of that in grand finals, they're not gonna be anywhere near those top 4s. You gotta reach for the stars. You gotta reach for that moon. In case you missed it, you'll still end up in the stars, right, Sandstorm? I definitely stole that from you.
But what I do know is that Manaspa right now, they're on the hunt. They're on the top. They want some points. They want some limbs. They want to show, yeah, we're here. We're competing. Why? Okay, I'll stop talking. My bad.
You're trying not to curse them.
Yes, very much so.
That's good. That's good. I respect it. You know what? I respect it, considering that earlier in the first match, I saw you being able to point out something, and automatically, on cue, the other player ended up getting eliminated. But you know what? Bonaspa just driving around trying to see if they can spot anybody currently taking shots at, making sure that he doesn't end up getting knocked, especially right there in that situation. He's out in the open. That's not a position you definitely want to end up getting knocked on. Meanwhile, ARG, this is a team that is currently sitting at 19 points. They need to be able to average a good performance here. For some of these teams, honestly, they just need to be able to put up a great performance in one of these matches, and the pressure is just going to be off their shoulders for teams that are in Group B. And now after this one, you're going to be playing your last 3 matches.
Yeah, so make sure that you use every single chance, every single opportunity that you have. Take advantage of those games. Do not come out with 0 points in any one of those games. You can get one, at least one. If not,
Yeah.
well, it's okay. You'll get them next time. I'm trying to be positive.
I feel like you're the good cop, I'm the bad cop. As we're gonna be looking here to see not only YBAB get into a fight, but that new circle we're gonna still be able to get a little bit of those Leones once again. Some teams are just barely gonna be getting in, as GLX there from the north, KC being able to go on the northeast. But ARG straight down the middle. Shockwave trying to find a spot there straight down the middle of this zone.
Oh, hello.
And Team Explode. Max is he gonna be able to spot?
Oh!
He's not able to hit that shot. And Ronaldinho ends up getting Ronaldinho trying to get another
Oh!
one. On the
Oh!
shot. Somebody stop this man.
No. This brings joy to my life. Seeing the DBS lose in close range to the pump shotgun. Hell yeah. That's what I want to see. Show me more of those 1v1s close range. The amount of times we've seen players suffer at the hand of the DBS, but now it's pump action time. Explode.
Oh!
I'm telling you, baby. It's pump action time. Another knock. And Biscay now trying to go for the push. Can we see another one? It's pump versus pump. 1 versus 1. Biscay secures it and Explode get their third.
Bisky just too much right there. Being able to hit the first shot, making sure that they don't end up losing any more players, and Team Explode trying to see if they can get at least somewhat of a reset here. They did end up losing Maxa, but they do end up with 3 points to their name, regardless of what ends up happening, as they had another team trying to third party them, and that team was none other than KC, so they're going to be aware of that. Meanwhile, Slonic, we saw Slonic being able to do some crazy plays yesterday for K1. Can he do it here, as Destined to Rise is currently being held down here in this compound, and they're looking to pounce, as Destined to Rise only has 1 player in that building, and they're currently split, only 2 players alive. This could be bad. This is looking bad here for Destined to Rise.
It really is. The question is, can they hold their ground against K1? Or will they be surrounded on all sides? Thorfinn, he might have a dangerous angle here on Caprice if Caprice is unaware. Starts cooking the nade. What's going to happen here? We'll find out later, as now Manaspa also, somehow, one of their players getting caught. An easy knock and an easy finish. There you go. Slonic gets himself a free point. Level 3 armor, level 3 helmet. Ooh, man is ready for war.
What an angle.
Oh, what a nade!
What a nade!
Oh my lord, bad boy finding the opening frag on D2R. And Kawara also bites the dust. It's going to be 2 instantly falling for that side, and that should mean that K1 have complete control over that compound if they wanted to. Okay, I'm sure, brother, you only need to, brother. Okay, that, and
It's
somehow,
sure.
okay, for a second I was like, okay, yo, you need 2 smokes. He threw 4, and somehow for a second or two stood in the middle where there was no smoke.
He's just making sure. That's all it is. He's making sure that he's not gonna end up getting surprised by anybody that might be near them. As K1 though, I do want to point out, Slonic once again during that engagement, he was the player that was farther away from them. We ended up seeing that yesterday. Meanwhile,
oh
no! For KC Esports, it backfires there, as none other than GLX being able to run over that player and turning the tables around for them. Can they bounce back though? They still have 3 players alive, and for Moxie here, trying to see if he can lay down, find an angle. That is not what KC was expecting at all in that play.
And Galaxy now trying to see if they can get themselves on the board a little bit. They lost one of their members with a knockdown, and now the push coming in from KZ. But it looks like it is actually going to be going in favor of KZ. A couple of members still from Galaxy are going to be going down. They're attempting a revive as well. Nade coming on from Maruyama. Nade, nice. Moxie follows up with another knock onto Neutrox. They are getting those points. They are getting the elements that they need, but they also need to move as the zone is making its move as well. KZ, back off. Looks like Galaxy live to fight another day. Unless
Chardo's going to be able to revive, find something here. Oh, you know what? They're backing off. They're saying we don't really need this. Let's see if we can get those angles. We can try to stop block them here whenever they do end up having to push up, but they need to be careful not to end up getting third party, as Team Explode is looking to be that pass on this Team KC, making sure they get those knocks, seeing if they could possibly end up getting some sneaky and cheeky eliminations, as now KC is going to have to switch their focus here, and this might give some breathing room to the other team that was making sure they didn't get fully eliminated, Team Galaxy.
Galaxy is still trying to do something with this game, but KZ now, after that skirmish and after retreating, trying to find their way in. Meanwhile, Bad Boy with the military outfit, slowly making his way right behind the side of AE. Can he find... Ooh. The hesitation.
A little bit too slow.
Yeah, it was either stick to the nade or start with the gun from the first place. The amount of times it actually triggers me. The amount of times I see players like holding a nade as the player is standing right in front of them and they cook it for like 4-5 seconds and then throw. It's like the player's right there. Just shoot.
And they're going for it. They're saying, you know what? We know where you guys are at. We're going to go for this push. K1 trying to make sure Abby Esports gets eliminated here in this Miramar. Abby, they've been able to hold off some players earlier on in the hot drop. It's not looking good. Slotnik is going to be pushing in, trying to get those angles. Capri as well on the side. K1, Bad Boy gets knocked. Rogo's getting knocked. It's only one player standing here, and the other one is currently in the second floor with barely any HP. And he's going to be none other than Bad Boy. Bad Boy has been able to put up some eliminations. Can he actually hold them off as K1 trying to find that angle? They're going to start using that utility, something that we ended up seeing not earlier. The push from Slotnik. He's going to be going for it with the shotgun. Is he actually going to be able to hit it? They're going 1-by-1. This could be horrible for them, as Slotnik is now going to have to pull it off. Bad Boy being able to clutch up that piece. Now you can definitely shoot those boxes as Bad Boy clutches up for his team. 5 eliminations to his name, 8 total.
Bad boy, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when he comes for you? Nothing! You die 1-by-1. My lord, that was one heck of a last stand, and showing us exactly why Abe Esports still holds the lead in this overall leaderboard.
If anybody was thinking that Abbey Esports was going to slow down today, especially when it came down to Miramar,
nope,
that is not the case. And that is a lesson to learn right there for that team. You don't want to go just 1-by-1. You want to be able to utilize those utilities that you have to your name. Abbey Esports making them pay, and Kodiak. This is a team, once again, look at this, stage 5, 0 eliminations to their name, but it's the way they are currently placing themselves, Sandstorm, that I really enjoy. They're thinking about that late game, they're thinking about those placement points because they know that they can frag out, and if they get themselves in a late game, those eliminations might become a little bit easier.
Well, let's have a look and find out if they're able to do that. YBB, one of them gets knocked out by KQ. Kodiak, but I don't think they're in a position to push because right now they are in a good position for now. It's a lot of high ground, a lot of vision, a lot of information to work with as well. I want to see what Kodiak's going to be able to do for, with the rest of this game, with all the information that they're able to gather, and especially with the fact that they also have a hovercraft to work with for cover in case it ends up being a very open area in the later stages. That can be exceptionally useful compared to like any other vehicle that you can still shoot like under the car and manage to get a couple of hits, manage to get the knock. But with this, nah, a little bit too difficult.
Oh,
he's not peeking that angle
almost
again.
being able to spot that player there from an odd spot. Now there's Tyre's going to be getting shot though. But wow, man, I'm still mesmerized by that play there from Abbey Esports. They did end up getting eliminated, but you were talking about how you wanted some teams to be able to get 3 to 4 points, just hit that average. They say we'll get 8 elimination points, and then we can get eliminated. We'll be happy with that because not only is that gap going to be growing more and more, you'll be able to possibly end up getting those bragging rights. Yeah, we were the first team out of semifinals, which you were talking about it yesterday. For some teams, that could be a positive because whenever you see a team getting them knocked in the grand finals, they might think twice about actually going for that full push.
Yeah, of course, when the circumstances are different, when the reward is, well, I guess what you're competing for is different.
Yep.
It's top 4 instead of top 16, and then you can change your place a little bit. Ow! Wow. I don't know what that was, but that must be a headache.
That was a nasty angle that they were able to get on that player.
Yeah.
They've been picking for the longest time when Aspa here, trying to get an angle on none other than Kodiak, but Kodiak has just so many angles. You can actually see it right there. Look how spread out they currently are within the map. And I wouldn't be surprised if right now everybody sees that zone and they're just going to want to back off this. That's exactly what they're doing. Great plays by Kodiak, honestly. I'm so impressed by the way that this team is playing. Quick decision, not really thinking about a match, and just going for it now. For some of the other teams like Shockwave on the northwest, trying to find a way for 1337 as well. They need to find a way inside this circle. And the terrain in Miramar is never going to favor the players.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when it comes to Kodiak. Just perfect positioning and a lot to work with. Meanwhile, we're looking at other teams, for example, like 300 Arak Valley. These guys are basically going to end up in the center for the next zone maybe as well. So they should be able to catch out any of the teams trying to come in exactly like that. And Monaspa as well, losing their last member, taking 8th place. Yep, that's right. Monaspa are going to be taking 8th place. 7 for YBB, who are once again making their way towards top 6, top 7. They have a couple of elims this time around. They are in 11th. It is their last day. YBB, 30 plus is your goal. You get 30 plus from this game, you can I want to say you can feel that pressure going away, slowly dissipating as you relax and you cement yourself in top 16. Because it's a lot of work for the other teams to catch up once you're over the 30, 35 point mark. And it might be even lower in terms of the qualifying threshold.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to end up happening tomorrow. We're just taking some guesses here on what could possibly end up being that cutoff. But you just don't want to go and assume that you want to be able to go even a little bit higher, right? You want to have that cushion that you're talking about and that we keep talking about. If you think it's going to be 30, 35, try to go for those 40, 45 points. That way you have more of a cushion and you'll be able to relax on that final day, especially if you are from Group B. 300 now is trying to spot here. 1337, 1337. This is what I was talking about. It was going to be a hard spot here to be able to get into the zone. Not only do you have 300, you also have to worry about that one player from QZ. And luckily for them, the QZ player is wanting to back off. He needs to be careful, though. This is not where you want to end up getting knocked.
Close.
He got quite lucky there. Those tires are going to end up getting popped off. Not sure what he was looking to do there, but at least he's going to be able to make it back to his team. For QZ, all their players are alive. For Kodiak, all their players are alive. And you are thinking about maybe 4 points, 5 points. Kodiak is wanting to go back-to-back chicken dinners. And honestly, with the way they're playing right now, Sandstorm, I can see it happening.
Yeah, quite possibly. Their positioning is pretty good. Once again, they were able to take control of the southern side, spread out quite well so that they cover a lot of angles. They, once again, are able to get a lot of information about any teams that are pushing them from any area, really. So they should be able to make it to top 4 by the end of this one. Couple of nades from Yen here, just making sure that that wall is clear. When we're looking towards the side of 1337, but we'll get back to them later. As kick, quick little knock. Oh, Hitsy. Hitsy's there with the cover. Oh, no! You greeted. Say it with me. You greeted. You should have healed. You knew he was just going to peek you. You knew he was waiting for you to peek so he can get the knock on you. There was no one else who's going to steal that limb. There was no need to make a mistake like that. But see, the beautiful thing is you made the mistake in a situation where your team can help you out. You make that mistake in a later stage, boy, it's not going to end up good for you.
Even this team, they get definitely lucky here because that was just such a bad play. As I was
Chocolate get the revive.
Here saying they're playing it perfectly. He decides to do that. Just go for the ego peak, trying to get that extra ilm. You don't have to do that. Take your time. Heal. Now you force your teammates to kind of back off, put themselves in a bad situation because YBAB is close by. Even though they might end up getting that heal, even though they might be able to pick them up, YBAB could have started throwing some grenades. You're still going to be in a bad position here. And he's barely alive right now. So yeah, in the future, little mistakes here and there. That's definitely a big one that they're going to be wanting to fix. ARG now having to figure out who's going to be near them. 300. 1337 ends up getting eliminated by QC. Then we're going to have just such a rough time. 300 is going to switch their focus to QC as QC is close by. And with this, with a little bit of Los Leones finish, this is going to be absolute madness. Luckily for Kodiak, they do end up getting that player alive. They are currently working on that 2-2 split as ARG is keeping a close eye on what those QZ players are doing. And meanwhile, YBAB, they're going to have to fend off some Shockwave players as they're super close.
That they are, and they're looking for an opening with those nades. But when it comes to Shockwave, though, they are fighting at a disadvantage. It is a 4v3, so they are in desperate need of finding a knock before this engagement begins. Nades over the wall, left, right, and center. A couple of smokes will be thrown out as well, just to create some kind of chaos. Take away some sight lines. And now we're seeing maybe the third-party element might be coming through from the side of Kodiak. Nate coming in, a little bit of damage on Tomorrow. But again, not enough to get the knock. Not enough to force an altercation between these two teams just yet. So it's just going to be, I want to say, like back and forth until something changes, and that's exactly what's going to happen here as Paka finds the knock onto Hitsy. Now, 4v2. YBB, this is where you need to take use of this advantage that you have. Now that it's a 4v2, but the thing is, they know that the second they step out of this cover, they might get thirded by someone else. They don't know where everyone else is. And there's no need for them to greed. So yeah, Shockwave. They heal, they revive, and they're good to go once again.
Yeah, in theory, this is going to be the right play here for YBB. You don't want to push out. You know that Kodiak was definitely close by earlier, but this is the moment, right? If for some reason Shockwave is able to get at least one knock, they're going to have to fully send it. And right now, they're getting lucky that Kodiak is not really paying attention to them, and they don't really have an angle on them, as they're just waiting for the right time here. Meanwhile, as this fight is currently starting to happen, grenades are going to be coming off, trying to see if they can get a knock. Kodiak is just being a pain to a lot of teams. Not only 1337, they're being a pain to QZ as well, playing it right. And right now, with what we're seeing here, is looking like it could end up being a back-to-back win for Kodiak. Shockwave now trying to find a spot. He's going to be going for it. He's going to find himself inside this compound, free-firing, but he ends up getting knocked from the side by ARG. Shockwave, it's backfiring as they end up getting third party. They thought they had the right push, but they had used up so much utility that they ended up pushing without any smokes, and it backfires in a big way. And for YBAB, they get to now get a bit of a refresh here, but it is going to be tough to get out of this area.
That it will be, especially with, look at, just for the love of God, look at all the space that Kodiak has, dude! They literally have half of the zone under their control with that spread that they have. It is ridiculous. They have complete control over the bottom. Yeah, the communication, the control that this team has right now, phenomenal. And now they have all the damage. Kick takes down 2 with the nade. The zone comes in, and YBB bite the dust. Every single one of them going to KQ. And now Kodiak, 4v4v1. BX Brothers, have to note, also made it once again to the top 3 in today's game. But 300 Erangel finally find an opening. They get themselves the first knock and the finish onto Model from Kodiak. So back-to-back might be in a little bit of danger, as Erangel, they are standing their ground. They're not letting anyone go through. Rami is just hiding in a kip right now. That's right. He is. I mean, no one's going to expect it right now. He's just throwing out a bunch of smokes to create chaos between the rest of the teams. And then maybe come in and steal second. If not, steal first. Who knows? Yeah, you see? That right there from Rami. He's still taking the fight. He's still trying to get some points and get some elims. And that's exactly what he does with the 300 Erangel. Trying to steal anything that he can. He got a couple of knocks, but I'm not sure he actually secured the elims. But 300. They stand tall at the end of it. Rami is down. He goes in third place. And Kodiak, close but no cigar. 1v4, highly unlikely. And 300 Erangel, finally, after suffering a little bit in day 1, throughout day 2, they get their winner chicken dinner. And they get 12 elims on top of that as well.
That's a team that needed those elims. Well played by them. They were able to use that zone perfectly to them. And I mean, for Kodiak, I got to give them some props again, because they played that out so well. They were able to be that pass to a lot of the other teams. And they were a team that was very quiet up to circle 5, not really having to push any fights if they didn't need to, but they were making sure that they were putting themselves into a good spot. I might have a new favorite team here coming in from Group C. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in Sanhok. My favorite. We'll see if they're going to be able to transition that smart gameplay that we're being seen out of them to also be aggressiveness. But overall, 300 ARG, a team that definitely needed those points. They weren't really able to perform that well earlier on. That's what we wanted to see, Sandstorm.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. And what we want to see right now is the MVP. And it is going to be Levka from 300 Erangel. 1,113 damage with 4 elims for their side in that game. Beautiful performance. And again, very much needed from a team that did participate in day 1's games. Didn't really have the best of performances, but they still managed to get some points. And now, especially now, with this chicken dinner and those elims, they should be able to rest easy. As 22 points combined with what they got yesterday, they should be able to feel a lot more comfortable with the rest of the games. Just obviously don't mulligan the rest of them. You still have 3 games. You still have 3 chances to get some points. So do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, going into today, this team ended up with 15 points. They were in 13 plays, so they definitely needed those extra points to kind of give themselves some pressure off their shoulders. In the last game, they were able to get 4 elimination points as well, and now with what they're able to do here, I think they're going to be sitting pretty. I think they are going to be putting a lot of pressure off their shoulders, but don't slow down. This is the thing that we're going to be talking about as much as we're trying to be nice. If you can just be a little bit consistent, just go for that consistent and maybe 5 points apiece and stopping some of the other teams that are fighting for those points, that are going to be fighting for that top 16 place, to make it a little bit harder on them.
Yeah, exactly. And like talking about I want to say like the top 16, seeing how some teams are performing today when their qualification is top 16. Okay, but when it comes to the top 4 teams, for example, I want to say like YBAB, who consistently end up in like a good position but don't benefit much from it. Like the fight between them and Shockwave, it was kind of forced by Shockwave, and it was also the fact that a couple of other teams had angles on them. So I'm not going to say like it was easy for them in that situation, but I want to see more proactivity from their side.
Did you see that? Did you see that most grenade eliminations too?
It's 2. It's not.
Sandstorm.
We've seen 2. We've seen
giving out UC.
Yeah. I need
more
more
on YouTube. If somebody gets 3 grenade eliminations today, and 7 kick from Kodiak, he was the one with the most grenade eliminations in the first match. Most grenade eliminations here. Once again, he almost ended up getting those 3. He hurt you.
Yeah, and you know what? If I see someone with 4 grenade elims, 4, maybe, quite possibly, I'll think about it. Okay, I will, maybe.
4, not 3. All right.
If you provide the UC.
You hear that? Okay, I'll think about it. I'll think of it. Maybe for the grand finals, we'll do something fun like that for the viewers. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, the 7WG. And what's yours?
The Wood Sandstorm.
And make sure you also follow all of PUBG Mobile esports channels too, and subscribe to where we are currently live on YouTube. But going back to that performance, man, I have to agree with what you were saying, by the way, in regards to YBAB. This team puts themselves in good positions, but that proactiveness to move out of those positions when they need to, or be aggressive when they need to, is just not there. We saw it happen in the first Erangel as well. They ended up with 5 placement points and only 1 elimination.
Yep.
It's exactly with what you're talking about.
So if you don't get yourself ready to fight for first place from the get-go, when you get to that situation where you're fighting for top 4, that performance is not going to fly. That performance is not going to give you the consistency you need to stay in those high positions and obviously qualify for the next step. But I do want to point out once again, Shockwave, obviously, and Kodiak, twice they have been able to get themselves into high placing games along with great great eliminations as well. Kodiak, obviously, they got themselves the chicken dinner in game 1, but 300 Arak Valley, 22 points, very good for them. YBAB and KZ. KZ should, they were comfortable before coming into this, and now they're relaxed and like anything more, and they're going to be sleeping at the wheel at this point. Same can be said for Ave Esports. 8 limbs, 0 placements. That's what you like to see.
Not only that, just being able to put up an insane performance from Bad Boy, being able to clutch it up there when the team needed him to clutch up. That's the kind of confidence, that's the kind of momentum, and that's the kind of image that you kind of want to put out there for some of these teams as well. Now, if we're looking at some of the other teams that definitely need to start performing here, one that comes to mind right away is going to be Galaxy Esports. In the first match today, they were able to get 1 point. In this one, they end up with that big old donut. Not the start that you wanted to have. Sandstorm has been saying you get about 2 to 3 matches to have some mulligans, meaning that you don't really have to perform that well. But then after that, you have to pretty much be great and make sure you start putting up points. You don't want to end up in an alpha esports situation from yesterday where you end up just getting 5 points after 5 matches.
Yep. Not many points, not something that you want to see consistently happen for your team, not getting that many points. It has to start like weighing on the minds of the players as well, game by game, seeing that they lost another opportunity. Then they start thinking about the mistakes that happened in game 1. It's like if they repeated the same thing over and over, like again, just all those things start to impact the players' mentality, starts to impact their ability to focus in the game. And next thing you know, the players are just completely lost and in need of a mental reset. Just like Abe honestly, I feel like if we reset their points and threw them back in right now, they would still qualify within top 5.
3 matches left.
Yeah, dude,
You think
they
would still be able to average those 12 points per match?
heck yeah, dude. Have you not seen what Bad Boy did? Hello? They have 50 elims. They have 50 elims. More than third. I mean, yes, third place is still boards. Yeah, but like, bruh, it's insane. 72 in 7 matches. Still, the average is 10 plus.
Yeah, 10. It's not
yeah,
bad. Honestly,
sheesh.
Not a bad performance for that team. They heard that 4-6. They're like, no. How about 10? That's what we're currently hunting for. But yeah, I think I'm with you. I think that the way that this team has been able to perform, not only just as a team with what they were able to showcase in that last match, on just a solo performance from Bad Boy, that's what you want to see out of teams that are possibly going to be going over to PMSL, or even trying to make it at least to PMSL in the top 4 when we get to the grand finals. But as we're looking at this overall here, I mean, I'm going to be looking at Motion. I'm going to be looking at 1337, Galaxy Esport, Monaspa too. These teams, after 2 matches, they haven't really passed Alpha Esports. I know that's not a really big bookmark to keep an eye on for Alpha Esports, but you want to be able to start performing better than that team. 2 matches already, 3 left going into Sanhok. Maybe this is the switch that they need. Maybe they can use that madness from Sanhok to make that turnaround.
Yeah, that's true. The madness of Sanhok can really change things for everyone. I like the fact that you're still like hammering Alpha Esports. It's like stop. They're already dead. You know?
It was an awful performance. What do you mean?
I think you're right. You are. Yeah, I was just gonna say you're bad cop. I'm good cop. I'm just trying to. It's like there. It's okay. And you're like, no, do better.
5 points. How could you? C minus, actually F.
It's like my mom could have gotten 5 points in that game. What are you doing?
I don't know about that. Actually, Alpha, you probably got more points than me and him would have been able to get for sure. We ended up at 0.01 performance. Donuts. That's what we'll be at. Donuts. 0 points.
Yeah, just donuts to go with our coffee or tea or whatever we're drinking. Honestly, that's what we're gonna get. But you know what? You know what? That's true. Insert sponsor here. You know what? I think it might be time before we go into game number 3. You know, we had a lovely little segment yesterday. So, we started off by saying how much horsepower does one horse actually, put out. So at peak, it's 12 horsepower, right? At peak, a horse can put out 12 horsepower. And I want to say the next thing I wanted to compare it to was a bicycle. We compared it to like bunnies, and it turns out one horse is 5,000 bunnies. So you know what?
A bicycle in the game. I remember that now.
That's true. Yeah. So that's why I wanted to compare that too. But before that, I think I have a better idea. Now I'm gonna go from like horses to let's go with squirrels. I just want the number to get bigger and bigger. So now, ladies and gentlemen, by the end of game 3, I want you to tell me squirrel power compared to 1 horsepower. No using ChatGPT, no cheating, none of that, no using AI. I want you to do the math yourself or figure it out. Okay? Lovely. Thank you. Back to it with the highlights from game 2 before we jump into the madness.
But you got to specify in the question. You got to make sure it's clear, though. So what you're saying is how many squirrels would it take to make the same amount of horsepower that a horse makes, right?
Yes. So, yeah, what is the equivalent of 1 horsepower in squirrels?
Oh, 1 or
yes?
No,
just
you're
hold on.
Getting people confused here.
Yeah. I gotta clarify.
12 is the amount of horsepower from a horse.
No, yeah, but here's the thing. So
just
the peak. No. So the peak, the most amount of horsepower a horse can put out is 1, and that's when it's like I want to say like gunning it. That's like peak performance of a horse.
1 horsepower.
Yeah.
How many squirrels would it take? Okay.
Exactly.
We'll think about it. Please let us know in the comments. All right, we're giving you plenty of time here as we go into Sanhok to figure that out. And if you guys have any fun questions in the comments, please let us know as well. We see you guys spamming your team's names and all of that stuff, and we saw you guys being able to react to that clutch up there by Bad Boy. But going into this Sanhok, I'm trying to remember actually which was the team that ended up performing really well. It was Team Explode. They ended up with not only being able to get MVP, Gringo, I think he ended up putting 6 eliminations. but they were able to take advantage of boot camp. Going into Sanhok, we really didn't see that many hot drops. We saw
didn't see
an
any.
engagement with some teams where they ended up getting one elimination. They were like, you know what? Let's call it a treaty. Let's just go our separate ways. Let's separate here. Let's have a civil divorce in a way from those two teams. Going into this one, do you think we're going to be seeing any hot drops?
Considering the fact that the teams have had an opportunity to watch the Sanhok game from yesterday, they should know where where some of the teams are going to be dropping at least. So the chances of it should be low realistically, but I still think we're going to have 2 hot drops. Yesterday also, you asked the question, where are the hot drops going to be? You mentioned that Paradise, Camp Alpha, and I believe you mentioned one more, no? You mentioned Paradise for sure.
Hold on. You're mixing yours with mine. Mine were Boot Camp, Paradise Resort, and Ruins. That's usually the go-to.
Oh, yeah. I took all 3 camps. You took Boot Camp, Paradise, and Ruins.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for all 3 camps again. If we're gonna see contention, we're gonna go there. Yeah. I'm gonna double down.
That's fair. It's especially. I mean, it depends on the playing path too, right?
Yeah, but with Sanhok, not really. No, with Sanhok, it doesn't really it doesn't affect as much as it does on Erangel or Miramar.
For hot drops? Oh yeah.
No, for plane path.
No, yeah, the plane path will definitely affect that, because if you get a mostly north plane path that just goes horizontal across the map from west to east on the way into the north, you're gonna be pretty much making them just drop each other on Paradise Resort. And I mean, the thing too, why I'm picking those, it's pretty obvious too, because they're just such a big POI within the map that if you're able to control that compound, we saw it yesterday, Team Explode being able to control a boot camp, you're gonna have just so much to work with, especially with boot camp, the main building. And if the circle does start going your way, easy pickings.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. When it comes to this game, though, because production wants us to play devil's advocate right now, even though we're not supposed to. Prediction time, 7.
Kodiak.
Ooh, okay.
I'm really impressed with the way they're playing. Like they're playing really, really well. They're willing to take risk. I wasn't happy with one of the risks that we saw them take there at the end that you were calling out, and the player just decided to ego peek when he shouldn't have, to try to confirm that elimination. But overall, the splits that they've been doing is very well. They're playing it smart too. They're not forcing any fights that they don't need to. And if they're able to perform here in Sanhok with how aggressive and crazy things can be, if they're able to adjust that gameplay, oh man, I might actually have like a favorite team going into the grand finals right away.
Oh no, I already have my favorite team going into the finals, and it's it doesn't start with a B and end with Ors Gaming at all. No.
Well, luckily for you, they're not playing today. So who you gonna be picking in going into this?
For Sanhok, for the madness and the memes.
For your favorite map.
Yeah, no, it's yours. Don't try to don't try to slide it in there. I see
Clip it and just stop the clip right there. Your favorite map.
Yeah. Let's see. You know what? I wanted to go with 300 Eric Valley for a moment, and I also thought about Shockwave, but I was like, okay, I already cursed Shockwave before, so I kind of sort of don't really want to do that. That seems mean. So I'll go with Abe. I feel like they're a safe bet. Abe Esports, I think they're gonna do it.
All right, you're sticking with team from Group B. I respect it. You know what? I respect that one. And they have been performing well. They've been able to put up those performances, solo performance, team performance, whatever the case might be. They'll end up getting points regardless. All right. So you got Abe Esports. Not bad. I got Group C. I'm good. I like it.
Okay.
I like it, brother. Okay. I like this kind of stuff.
We'll stick with it.
I'm trying to think of other teams. I ended up picking Kodiak at the start of the day too, as well.
Just because of the logo, yeah.
Them, being able to perform good today. So far, they've been able to perform good. So I'm telling you, if they can somehow, Sandstorm, if they can somehow adjust their gameplay as well here to Sanhok with the third parties, with them being able to be passive in the first 5 circles of the map and then turning up the action, that's going to be scary.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very smart and controlled team from what we've seen so far. And again, it's just, I want to say the control that they had when it was Zone 4, 5 in Los Leones, before that ego peak that we had on Shockwave, around that time, they just had so much to work with. And I want to say like the split that they had was fantastic. They weren't too far from each other as well. And they were always like close enough that they would be able to help each other out in case someone made a mistake and got themselves knocked or something like that. But outside of that, yeah, I agree. I think they're going to be a strong contender, and they will have a strong performance when it comes to the grand finals, and definitely one of the talking points when it comes to that.
You win with the team from Group B, right? Picking here,
yes,
going
Abby.
into Sanhok. So far, though, after 2 matches, I mean, I have my pick, Kodiak. Which team from Group C has surprised you?
Ooh.
In a good way or in a bad way, whichever you want to go with. But you know, you're good cops, so you're probably going to go in a good way.
I can't be mean to the players. Not yet.
You're not being mean to the players. Surprising you. Surprised you in the way
I
that
mean,
they've been able to perform. Maybe in the
I
way
mean,
that they haven't been able to perform.
I did pick Galaxy, and they kind of sort of struggled a little bit. So there's that. Ever so slightly.
Are they surprising you because they're struggling?
Yes. Because
Okay.
I picked, I mean, actually, I shouldn't be surprised. I picked them, so they should have struggled, which they did.
What kind of reverse psychology you going for? I see what you're going for. I see how you're trying to spin it.
Do you know that at this
right
point,
there, ladies and gentlemen,
people,
that right there.
you have no idea
Salesman.
how like the level it's gotten to with the community, right? Like at some point, like I would say people in the that work in the organization, if we're like at a live event or something like that, they don't want to sit next to me. They're that scared of the curse. Just to give you like best example I had was PMRC last year. I believe Brute Force were playing. I was sitting with like the owner of Brute Force and the coach. 2 games instantly, 16th, 16th, right? The second I leave, back-to-back chicken dinners. I left because they told me they don't want to sit next to me. They didn't like the results, and they were scared of the curse. I left, and 2 games in a row they won. So just to give you guys an idea of how strong the curse is.
Okay. All right.
But, you know, with great power.
Based on the curse that you have right now, Abby Esports is probably going to end up getting a donut. If that happens, oh my goodness. I hope everybody in chat roasts
you know what? If Abby Esports actually gets 0 points in this game, yeah, roast me. Fair. Like, at that point, fair. Abby, please. Just one. Just one. Just one
I thought
point.
you were going to be giving out something else there. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so that's one team that surprised you because they haven't been performing, right? Mm-hmm. With Galaxy.
Yeah.
What's a team that has surprised you, whether they have been performing or they've just been able to adjust on the fly, besides Kodiak?
Are we still sticking with teams from Group C, or are we going for Group B as well?
Actually, you know what? We can mix it up. Because there is some teams from Group B that have stepped it up in a big way here today.
Honestly, I want to say with the BX Brothers, because we've noticed them in Game 1, Day 1. They had a fantastic position towards the end, and I want to say like they had some sort of advantage, but they weren't able to take the winner chicken dinner in the end against K1. But coming into today's games, multiple times we've seen them top 4, top 5 with eliminations as well. Yes, there was a couple of mistakes here and there, but I'm still happy with their performance, and I'm even happier that we are starting game numero 3 of PMCO EEU. We have groups B and C. Kicking it off with the 3rd game, as Group A is just, kicking back, relaxing, watching, and joining us on the stream. What's up, boys and girls? And here we go. Plane path, I should say, I do want to say there should be some hot drops, maybe, quite possibly. Please?
We might end up seeing some of YBB is going to go towards that northwest island. I'm intrigued to see what's going to happen here with Bootcamp because of this flight right here. A lot of teams that tend to go towards like Paradise, Tecmo, Cow, Hatin, they might try to just fly over, try to find some vehicles. Anything can happen here, man. I'm telling you, plane paths end up affecting certain stuff so much. K1's definitely going to take more of a southeast. You can see that split that they're having. Oh my goodness, they're going to end up with so much loot too. They have so much freedom to work with. Kodiak has a lot of 10 bang. Nakam, and Sami. So they have a lot of room to work with. I'm intrigued though. What's that circle going to be looking like? Are we going to be going center, north, east, west, south? Any guesses?
Southwest.
Southwest? All right, well, we'll end up having to find out later on, as we do have Abby
1
Esports,
point!
Bad
They
Boy,
got 1 point!
continuing
They
on
got
that
1 point!
situation
Let's
right
go!
there.
The curse isn't real. They got 1 point. I'm happy. We take
It
those.
wasn't 1 point. It was the win. This is a great start, though.
Yeah, no. I just said if they don't, like, if they get 0 points in this game, then, like, the curse is real. But, like, you know, right there, they got a point, Abe, so I'm happy. And it was Bad Boy. Of all people, it was Bad Boy. Love that. The man who clutched a 1v3 once again starts it off with the first elimination of the game. Now, I want to say, like, there was a couple of hot drops towards the likes of Quarry, by the way. Northeast side of Quarry and north of Quarry. I think in total there's 3 teams around each other. And that's what we're seeing right now in the elimination feed. The side of Team Modern suffering at the moment as they lost 1 and another has been knocked with no way of revival. That's going to be the second. Shockwave, also one of the teams that started off by getting themselves a point. And now with them being in 10th, 31 points with still this game and 2 more after it. I want to say they should be in a safe position when it comes to the top 16 spot that everyone is looking out for.
Abby Esports trying to find anybody else. They know that players from ARG were close by, though. ARG being able to actually get an elimination from the elimination fee. We're looking at BX Brothers, a team that we were also kind of hinting at. BX Brothers now starting to lose more players. Abby's just chilling, though. They're making sure that they're covering their angles. They don't end up getting surprised. Meanwhile, ARG down 1 player, already 1 elimination to their name, trying to add another one. BX Brothers on the defense here. But this is the madness of Sanhok. Even though you might be getting into another fight, the third-party options are just available for everybody. As Abby Esports once again ends up getting another knock and another elimination there from ARG. ARG, this is going to be a bit of a shift here as Yen also gets knocked. Abby Esports, man, they're just looking to get all these players that were found struggling out in the open. That's going to be 3 eliminations for them.
3 quick eliminations. Just some free points for them right now. And Abe on the hunt for even more. No one's around, though. I'm just looking, just peeking. But while you're looking and peeking, you might want to get a helmet. Just saying, not good. Especially in a map like Sanhok, no helmet? That is very risky.
They don't want it. They say, you know what? We'll deal with it. My name
Listen,
is Bad
I
Boy.
know
already got a
it
bunch of
doesn't fit with the
eliminations earlier
hair,
on.
okay? I know, the hair. You got the... What are they called? I forgot.
Yes, they have
Yeah,
hair.
I forgot the style of the hair that the character model had. With the helmet, it just ruins the hair. That was my point. It's like maybe that's the reasoning.
Nah, he put on a helmet. He just probably hadn't found one. That's what it was. Because as soon as he found a helmet, he put it on, even though the helmet is absolutely cooked. But Abby Esports, 3 elims. This is good, man. This is exactly what they wanted to see. I hope we get a chance to see the map as well, because I'm really intrigued to see what was the zone looking like.
Oh,
now, 13-37
okay.
being aggressive here. This is a team that definitely needs some points here. Getting 1 elimination right off the bat. Daisy, though,
Brother,
trying
no,
to
not
find
Galaxy.
other people and getting knocked. In Galaxy, you're not going to like this, but 1 player got already eliminated and more are getting knocked as well. 13-37 having to make their way down here as Team Explode is just trying to make it rain on them. A lot of teams being aggressive here. You can see it. Abby Esports now continuing on that aggression. You might have been cooking on what you were saying there, Sandstorm. Right now, they're on an absolute tear, and even if they don't end up getting a win, they're just collecting so many points. They're sponging up a lot of points here as we are, after this match, we are only going to have 2 matches left for teams from Group B. This is the time for them to perform.
That it is, and unfortunately, the 2 teams that I mentioned, Galaxy with their lack of performance and Abi with their incredible performance, and both were shown in 1 fight. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. But Galaxy, with the 2 games that you have left, 10 points per 1. Actually, you know what? Nah. Your target. No. Your target should be 10, while you're tricking yourselves, and you'd be happy with 5 points per game. Because that's how the mind's actually going to interpret it. It's like, yeah, I'd be extremely happy and proud if I got 10 points in each game of the last 2. But it's not gonna might not happen. I'll be happy with 5. They might end up getting 3. Who knows? We'll continue to find out. But now they'll just have to wait and watch as the rest of the 15 teams and 51 players fight for the control of Sanhok for the day. And of course, to win Seven's heart, because his heart stays in paradise.
And Sanhok, for
Yes.
sure. That's my go-to. That's the ones I want to go to for sure. Add them to the bucket list. Team Explode, though, now keeping an eye here on 1337. By the way, I didn't get a chance to see which team it was, but for the team that drove in between these two, absolutely nuts. All right?
Yeah, crazy.
I respect it. I wouldn't have done that, but I'm glad you guys did it. Oh, here we go. We got to see the map. Wow, look how north it is, too.
Yeah, I said
This is
southeast.
insane. Please keep going up. Please keep going up. Please keep going up.
Why? No. It's gonna.
Man,
Oh,
yes.
Oh, lordy. Okay, so first of all, I think there's gonna be a team that's gonna be heading to the beach, taking a boat and camping out in the middle of the water, using the boat as cover. I think that may be a plan.
I
And
hope
then
that's
swim
not the
back to
case
shore.
right now because there's still like a lot of room to work with. Usually we see that when the team is super far away and they're maybe in the blue at this point, especially stage 2. But right now I'm not seeing one. And if they're able to, if they still have all their 4 players alive and you don't have to do it, don't go for it. We tend to see that if there maybe is just 1 player left alive. Team Explode though, taking up players from 1337, just starting to piece them up. Motion here, looking at Kodiak. Kodiak was able to find a great spot too. But Motion making sure that if they're able to spot anybody, trying to get those knocks. This is gonna, if they do end up fighting here, I'm think more than likely they're gonna end up coexisting since they're not that close. But if they do end up fighting, this could end up being in some type of winning play. Remember, yesterday in Sanhok, we definitely ended up seeing a winning play out of Team Explode when it came down to boot camp with the circle that we're currently working with
Yes,
here.
sir.
If you have nothing to worry about from the north because it's just so much water, if you're able to clear one of those teams earlier on, you're just gonna be able to position yourself in such a massive way.
Yeah, and someone who's setting up themselves pretty well right now, I'd say, was BX Brothers in a fight between K1 and I believe there was another. There was a third in Team Modern. No, it's actually Motion. But we'll get back to them later as Team Explode running into the open, the full squad. No one's checking, and it's only 1 player. It's only 1 player of 1337. Okay, at what point do you just unleash a storm
this
of
is smart.
bullets and take them out? Waiting for them to line up, maybe waiting for the right opportunity, because keep in mind, he's the only person alive from his squad.
I don't think he's gonna shoot. I think
No.
this is the play that he's gonna be going for. I think he knows, hey, we got 3 elimination points. There's no need for me to try to take onto a full team. Let me wait it out here. Nobody's gonna be expecting me. Everybody's gonna think I'm absolutely done for. And then just try to play that passive game. That team more than likely is not gonna be looking behind them though, but he needs to be careful. Being a little bit too out in the open like that could end up making you a target for somebody that's trying to be sneaky for Team Explode. I'm surprised that they didn't fully clear everything, considering that they ended up mostly eliminating that team, 1337, but left 1 player alive. That could end up hurting them later into the match.
Yeah, honestly, I would have shadowed the team. I would have shadowed them and then just stuck with them, slowly moving behind them until, let them fight, let them take control of the majority of things, and I'm just gonna wait in the wings and take whatever points they leave behind. Okay, so horses are just flying now. Is that what we're going with?
Nah, he's jumping in the water. Look at
Nah.
this. Oh, yeah, baby.
Oh, hold on.
This was the play right here. Yo, actually, you know what? I'm not mad at this play. Instead of him shadowing them, he's just wanting to go around, but he I thought he was maybe gonna go into the island there for a little bit. He wants to get deeper into the zone. 1 BAB losing Paka to Abby. Abby's just continuing on a spree right now. They're wanting to make you proud, Sandstorm. They're saying, we got you, baby. We're going to see if we can maybe break that curse, as Abby Esports currently up with 10 elims. And ladies and gentlemen, I think it's safe to say it at this point, okay? I think we definitely have a team that's going to be heading to the grand finals with Abby Esports with the performances that they've been putting up at the moment.
Safe to say, with 82 points, it's safe to... I mean,
Guaranteed.
I mean, look, bar them getting banned, no one is going to stop them from being in the grand finals. That's it. At this point, with this record, 82 points in 8 games so far, madness. And yes, unfortunately, the last player of 1337, our man making his journey around the entirety of Sanhok, has been taken out, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder what he was actually trying to do there, San, because he had just so much room to work with. I think it becomes one of those things where a player is not able to adjust on the fly. He had something set in his mind that might have not been the best idea, and he just went for it. If he would have just kept on playing it slow, maybe play that edge of the circle, even though it's Sanhok, it would have been a lot better. You had the horse, you had transportation too, you had just a lot of room to work with. He must have ended up just running into somebody that caught him off track. Monaspa, though, currently down 1 player, working with what they have here, because BX Brothers is very close by. 11 teams alive. Monaspa's been spotted here, and he's not going to be by BX Brothers, I don't believe, and that's very far away. That team is currently Hawkeye, keeping an eye on everything that's going around them.
Yeah, this is an opportunity to go for longest elimination distance, maybe. Wink, wink. Give it a shot.
Again,
show us what you got from that distance. Yeah, of course, 100%. It just adds a little bit more seasoning to that beautiful flavor that Sanhok is. It may not be as good as Miramar, but it's good.
It's better than Miramar. That's right.
Monaspa
still chilling though.
If it was better,
they're doing work, Sandstorm. They're doing work. Let's focus here a little bit, because Abby Esports is still doing work. Currently up at 11 eliminations, making Shockwave's life even harder. And this is a team that's also looking to get points. Shockwave, at the moment, 33 points. They do have 3 elims so far this match. But you want to create that cushion. You want to be able to just save it even more. And guess what? Abby's saying, no. We got to make it a little bit harder, but they got to be careful, though. They don't want to end up overextending, as Rogo was just able to do.
Yeah, Rogo knocked down, but with the zone into this situation, I don't think there's going to be there's going to be a chance for Shockwave to go for a push. They're just going to try to get themselves in a good position for the next zone. I want to say the side of Ronaldinho and Bakaz, Team Modern, in a fantastic position in the middle of the zone. The teams from the north in Cow have got to start making a move. And notice, instantly, Kodiak on the eastern side, they're going to have so much room to work with on that side. Because all the teams, north, south, east, no one's on the, or west, no one's on the eastern side.
And the best part out of all of that for Kodiak was that they did have 1 player scouting around already. I believe it was Model. So they knew that there was going to be nobody into that compound. You saw that circle shift, and you saw them just hop on the vehicles and fully go for it, man. I'm telling you, in regards to consistency, this team has got it. They're not being flashy. They're not being over aggressive. They're making sure they just keep positioning themselves there for those end games and making sure that they do everything just about right. We'll see what they're going to end up doing here on this match, because I highly doubt that the circle is going to end up going their way, as Abby Esports is trying to be creative. They're on ways to get towards the inside the circle. Monaspa still pinned. It was Abby that I think was looking at them. It is going to be a bit of a slow situation here for some of these teams. There's still room to work with, even though Sanhok tends to be small. But once the action picks up, it's going to pick up, and it's going to pick up in a massive way here as Destined to Rise. Very close to motion. Destined to Rise. One of the players does end up getting knocked.
And that might be the opening for the side of Motion. Element does have an angle to cover. Give some time for the rest of his squad, but now Kawara with the Molly. Okay, both doors open. Element now coming in from behind the squad as well. A little bit of damage as 12K. The shots are not landing. They are missing left, right, and center. Finally, they are able to get the trade. They're able to get the first knock, but still, they lost one of their members. D2 are destined to what? Remain or what? That's the question.
To rise, baby. That was a beautiful play by that player. Being able to throw that Molotov, if you could see it, it fully stopped the push. It forced just one player to make the push there from motion, and he was picked apart. Meanwhile, the other players from Destined to Rise were able to take care of him too. And now we're going to be having a push here from Team Explode, trying to find that last player from Dizzy. It's going to be none other than Cloud. He's going to be hiding. He has a shotgun. They need to be careful. Great plays right there by Team Explode. Make sure all of the players go inside. Don't start sending just one by one. That's what you want to see out of this team's 9 teams remaining here. Paradise Resort barely in play. Kodiak having to deal with Abby Esports. Abby Esports must have ended up making a big rotation, or something must have happened there for those 2 teams to even be that close.
Well, in a fight between Abe Esports and Kodiak, it seems Kodiak comes out on top. And Abe's down. 9th place, 11 eliminations. And once again, 0 placement points. But now, Kodiak under a little bit of threat from Destined to Rise somehow. They got the knock on the finish, I believe. And now they're making a push towards the northern side, where Mimodel is waiting for them. BX Brothers also have an angle alongside with Monaspa. So many open areas, so many different angles to watch out for. Not sure how D2R are going to be able to make it, but they should be able to. They should actually, yeah. Now that I'm looking towards the zone, and still, they have an opportunity to be able to get into the zone without all these squads having an angle on them.
Yeah, Destined to Rise is going to need to be careful here. They're going to be out in the open. You can see them starting to use that utility already. But for this player especially, he's only going to have 2 smokes left. You don't want to end up using all of this utility right at this moment. Just keep an eye out to see if anybody's going to be shooting at you. It would be wonderful if they can get rid of Model there from Kodiak. And as I said, that Model is able to hop on that roof and get some angles on them. Ends up getting 1 knock. The grenades are gonna end up raining down here. Destined to Rise needs to make a decision. They need to figure out if they're gonna be staying here on this cliff, where it not only exposes them to Kodiak, it's also gonna expose to all the players trying to get into the circle, or if they need to actually make this push. Use those monks that they have left towards making themselves a little bit closer and closer towards this little shack that Model is currently on. And for Kodiak, they need to figure out what they're going to be doing here. Did you tell Model to back off? Do you tell them to just back you up? Decisions are going to have to be made. This could be impacting on who's going to be winning this match. Oh, that grenade.
You are so right, Seven, because right now, once again, the zone shifts towards the southern side, so that means the teams on the north are going to be pressured again to make a move. D2R and KQ Kodiak are taking the fight, but right now we're focusing on Team Modern and Monespa. Is Monespa in that situation? Oh! Ronaldinho! I mean, he may be known in the world of football, but right now, he's making a name for himself in the world of PUBG Mobile with those headshots.
That was nasty, precise. And now looking at Shockwave right there, trying to see if he can stay in a spot. Oh, luckily for Levi, there was a tree close by. Being able to find some cover. By the way, just to update you on the other fight that was happening. Model did end up getting knocked, so we'll see what's going to happen between those 2 teams if Destined to Rise is going to somehow end up making a push. Meanwhile, though, for right now, Modern, they were able to make it in the zone. They currently have 2 players to work with, but they're going to have to make sure they fend off a lot of people. They're going to have to continue to be aggressive. Just keep an eye on Monaspa. Right now, Monaspa not having that much room to work with. They're having to lay down. They're having to, on top of that, find some kind of opening into this circle. And Ronaldinho doing the right play. If you can steal some eliminations, go for it. If you can knock somebody, go for it. And that's exactly what he does. You know what? Add 2 more to his tally as he's up to 3. Destined to Rise now making the push. They didn't have to worry about what Kodiak was going to be doing because they were able to take care of that player, being able to knock him. Destined to Rise now trying to make the push here. If they could get this compound from Ronaldinho, that could be massive.
That could be the game. Maybe no, it's a little too centered towards the northern side, but still elimination points that could prove quite important for the likes of Team Modern. But right now, Looney, nope, not gonna be allowed. 4th elim for Ronaldinho and his team. He still remains alive. He's looking for a 5th. Secured. Can he find the 6th? What is this, an auction of eliminations being given? It might just be that, because Ronaldinho, with the backup of Bakaz, gets 7 between the 2 of them. and destined to rise are taken out in fourth. We are now down to Shockwave, Kodiak, and Team Modern. Your team once again. And I have to mention, these teams and their consistency is very fantastic to see. It's absolutely fantastic to see.
It is very impressive to see Modern. I mean, Ronaldinho being able to put up a performance there so far. He did end up currently with 4 eliminations. Now the thing is that they have to worry about Kodiak. Kodiak currently sitting here with 8 eliminations, trying to see if they can spot people from Modern. Shockwave is close by as well. Ronaldinho with that golden boot performance so far that we're seeing out of this player. Meanwhile, Miramar is still standing up. He currently has 4 elims to his name. It's going to be who gets spotted first. Remember, I want to see what Kodiak was able to do, even if they don't end up getting a win. I'm super impressed. Something I'm definitely going to be talking about, but they still wanted to get more. But Kaz ends up getting knocked, and they're wanting to find more here. Is going to be coming down there for Team Modern. It's only Ronaldinho standing.
And that is going to be Ronaldinho on his own. Lost with 6 eliminations at the moment. Over 1,000 damage from him alone. For the side of KQ, Model knocked, Model finished, lost last for the side of Kodiak now. Shockwave with 2. Can Levi and Yen do it? We mentioned that these players need just a few more points to finally feel relaxed. But now with the nades coming in, Levi, he's exposed. The nade taking a little bit too much time. And Ronaldinho takes down 2. And now we're down to a 1v1. Lost versus Ronaldinho. And Lost Peaks does not get the elim. Gives Ronaldinho an opportunity to take control of the shack. He doesn't know where he is. Ronaldinho now able to reset the fight, reset the skirmish, reset this 1v1. Get himself a little bit of HP. Finish the heal. He saw that Lost made the move. Slowly but surely, he's hearing the footsteps. The final fight is there! And Lost, are you kidding me? Gets himself the 7th elim, over 1,100 damage. And Kodiak get their 2nd winner chicken dinner of the day. Phenomenal performance from 7's pick here, going into day 2. My God, this is what we wanted to see. Group C coming in and taking control of today's game 7. This is what you want to see.
That's exactly what I want to see. I wanted to see how this team was going to be performing here in Sanhok. And boy, did they show up, man. Not only they were able to transition the same play that I've been seeing out of them in the first Erangel, in the second Miramar, transitioning here to Sanhok, making sure we don't have to fight early on. Let's focus on the map. Let's focus on our positioning. They were able to do that there going to the north. On top of that, you have somebody scouting right away, making sure that they're going to be able to position themselves even better on that. Overall, man, great performance. We'll get a chance to talk about Kodiak even more.
I think we will. With that performance, it's not going to be the. I mean, it wasn't the first. It was the second time that they got that those many points in one game, and I think the consistency is going to be there. That's for sure for the side of Kodiak. And I want to say now we're kind of getting an idea of the teams that are able to compete at the highest level. But ladies and gentlemen, we finished our 3rd game of the day. We are going to be taking a very short break and come back with our final 2 games of day 2 of the PMCO EU. See you in a few. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 games remaining. We have an Erangel and a Miramar waiting for us to wrap up day 2 of PMCO EU. I'm still Sandstorm. That's still 7. That is actually still 7. That is 6. And we are going to be getting ourselves ready for game number 4. So why 7?
We are
7.
Tell me what's up. Shoot it.
What?
I'm gonna hype. All right.
Why 7?
Favorite map, baby. The team
Why
that
7?
I picked ended up winning. Like I'm on a streak right now.
Then explain to me why 7. 7 Worlds
It's my favorite
Gaming.
number. Lucky number.
Fair. Were you
Favorite
born
number.
on the 7th of something?
I am. But I'll tell you that when
Ooh.
we're off the show.
You know what? You know what? Same actually.
Ooh, right on.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah. Yes,
Hey,
sir,
by the
yes,
way,
sir.
your team ended up performing pretty well. Abby
That's
Esports
true.
ended up
That's
putting up some
true.
good numbers. Not the win,
11.
but honestly, it's for me. You picking them and them getting that many points, that's still a win in my book.
Yeah, I mean the fact that the caster curse didn't hit them that time, they managed to get 11 eliminations, quite a lot of points, still holding on to that redonkulous lead that they have set up for themselves throughout the past 8 games, 3 today and 5 in their performance for day 1 of the tournament, and I don't see it changing over the course of the next 2 games.
Yep.
And I would love to see that similar kind of consistency show up when it comes to the grand finals. So now at least, I was mentioning this before the break, we have an idea on a couple of the teams that are going to be, well, that I feel at least are going to be highly competitive when it comes to the grand finals. Boars being one, that's for sure. KU1 slightly, I want to say. Still a little bit hesitant on them. BX Brothers for sure. And then now I would say Kodiak. So far, those would be the 4 that I expected for perform. And yeah, no surprise here from Lost. I noticed he was number 1 in elims, number 1 in damage as well before the game wrapped up when they were like still last 3 teams. But yeah, so Lost, very good performance from you and from the
You're
side
not
of Kodiak.
surprised. I'm over here scratching my head. As much as I wanted to pick Kodiak, hear me out, Kodiak. Congratulations, right, on the win. I've been glazing all over you the whole day. But Ronaldinho, I feel like that was my MVP, man. That man was putting up good performances. That man was clutching it up for his team, not just at the end there, but being able to call out
4,
stuff
5
too. I
maybe
wish we could hear player comps at times, because he was just absolutely popping off for Ronaldinho. So yeah, I am a little bit surprised that it was lost. But hey, either way, a team that I ended up picking, Kodiak, I'll take it. Most damage as well. And once again, look at that. Most grenade elims, 2. You mentioned it. You talked about it. They're wanting to tease you with it. They're wanting to hit us at least 3. Maybe we'll end up seeing 3 at some point.
Yeah, I would love to see like a squad wipe, just full on 4 elims with nades. Well, it might happen, but the thing is, like, I want to say you won't see a lot of one player with a lot of grenade eliminations, just because it's usually the entire team, or at least like 2 players throwing nades together at the same area. So it would be difficult for the one player to get it all the time, but still, good stats for them to have. 275 meters on the longest elimination distance in that last game. Not as long as the one that we've had in yesterday's Sanhok, but hey, good numbers still.
Yeah, it's solid numbers. I mean, I think we would have been able to see a longer one if I can't remember the tip of my head. I think it was a Modern that was shooting at somebody up on top of a hill. It was like, oh, if he gets that one, okay, that's far away. We can barely even see their name. Their name was so fainted away. So you know what? It is what it is. But I'm intrigued to actually end up seeing the overall, because if we're getting ready to go into this last match, man, I want to see how these teams have been performing, especially from Group C. Yeah, put up that match ranking, because you know what? Before we go to overall, let's just recap everybody. They have a quick little 10-minute break, see where everybody ended up being. And overall, I mean, Kodiak obviously gonna be at the top of the elims. I feel like IB Esports as well gonna be up there in regards to just elims alone. And there you go, 21 points total. Team Modern, that was one I was thinking about there. That's a good performance from Ronaldinho. 11 eliminations from that team.
Yep. I want to say for Abe's 11, fantastic. Shockwave again with their consistency, destined to rise. You're right with the 9 points they were able to secure by the end of it. Team Modern, though, again, one of the teams that has consistently been showing up in the top 3s, top 5s for all of today's games. So their consistency is key. So I want to see it continue for the rest of the games. Team Explode haven't been seeing the explosive performance that we saw from them yesterday, but still they're getting enough points to remain in a comfortable position when it comes to the top 16. Galaxy, another donut, not good for them. They have to pick up the pace a little bit. KZ also not good, but they're one of the teams that's comfortable points wise with the overall. So not much to talk about there for them.
Gonna be changing your mind on Galaxy soon. I'm seeing a bit of a defeat. I'm hearing a bit of a defeat there in your tone of voice.
No. It's just it's the calm before the storm. If the storm comes.
See, I'm telling you.
I don't look. Listen, there's a storm there. I don't know if it's coming. I'm just saying, there's a storm there. See, here's the thing. I'll explain something to you, right? I feel like Galaxy are like Irish weather, right? So Irish weather, to explain it to you, like I'll get back to that.
Explain it to me after this overall ranking, because Abby Esports is still at the top there with those 83 points. K1, you were talking about him. Guess what? They're still at the top too. In second place, 58 points. But Kodiak. All right, let me bring out my fanboy jersey back on for Kodiak, because after 3 matches, this team is absolutely smacking. 49 points, man. That is absolutely unheard of. I said nobody's going to be able to touch the performance that Abby Esports was able to put up in the first match. They ended up with 64 points. This team is looking to crush that.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The biggest comparison that we can talk about when it comes to Kodiak and Abe. Keep in mind, Abe played in yesterday's games. They have 5 more games under their belt, but they have 4 less placement points than Kodiak does. Right now, Kodiak has a higher point average per game than Abe does. 49 in 3 games. That's almost a 15-point average. If not, actually, that's more than a 15-point average for the squad. Yeah, that's 16.333 if you want to be accurate. If you want to be technical and semantical about it, then yes, it's 16.333. I hope my math's right. If not, yikes.
It is.
Nice. Lovely. This is the second time the math has been mathing today. That's fantastic, especially on broadcast. But yeah, fantastic performance from Kodiak. But I want to jump up to the other side and bring up Team Modern. Also, 3 games, 30 points, an average of 10. So the consistency for Team Modern is also very present in today's games. And another thing to mention, I guess, for the side of Group C teams, rather.
I mean, one thing that I'm keeping an eye on there is that Team Modern ended up passing already Star Soldiers. That was the team that I kind of wanted to highlight at the beginning of the day, because they are a team from Group A that did end up with the amount of points that they currently have, 26. And I mean, in my way, that was the benchmark for today for some teams from Group C to be able to pass him, from some teams from Group B to be able to pass him. But overall, I'm also starting to think of some of the other teams like Monaspa, 1337, Motion, Galaxy Esports. Like, if they want to set themselves up here to have a good day tomorrow, it needs to start happening. It needs to happen now. Only 2 matches left.
Yeah, that they do. And I want to see something from Galaxy. I want to see that storm come through within the last 2 games, because otherwise tomorrow is going to be an extremely stressful day for them. Now, when it comes to the Irish weather, let me break it down for you, right? So Irish and British weather can be easily described as, I want to say, gray. Yeah, perfect. It's gray, doom and gloom kind of vibe. Even when sometimes the weather, like, let's say the weather report is, hey, it's going to be sunny, so everyone's like, yay, we're going to go out in the sun, then it ends up raining.
Okay.
You expect one thing, and it's just going to end up being the complete opposite. So that's unfortunately what I'm seeing from Galaxy. I expected quite a lot, but they weren't able to achieve or surpass those expectations.
So you're saying we should lower our expectations?
A little bit, in general, yes, a little bit. Keep in mind, we're going from PMGO and PMGC to PMCO.
No, I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about teams here right now. So what are your expectations for this team? You know what? I'm going to put you on the spot. What are the expectations for this team to end up at the end of the day?
So expectations, now, if we're being realistic, because of them having...
Yeah, be realistic.
Yeah, no, if I'm being realistic, with them having barely any points and now going into the last 2 games, I want to say I didn't see the same level of maybe attention being given to the game, let's say Alpha. If I was to compare them with Alpha Gaming, Alpha, it looked like they weren't focusing that much on the game. For example, the not running and punching the air to protect your head from headshots in case when you're rotating or stuff like that. Those kind of small things, they're not being done. Yep. But when I'm looking towards the side of Galaxy, no, they might have just gotten I want to say like unlucky a couple of times. But that definitely still affected their mental. I don't expect them to kind of bring it back by the end of the day. But tomorrow, though, they should, because they're going to have a little bit more time, then yes, they should be able to bring it back. There's the positivity. You happy? I'm bringing it there. But for today,
You're such a salesman, bro. I asked you a simple question. I said, what are your expectations, meaning in regards to like how they're going to finish the day? You went into this whole spiel.
Listen. This is what we do. No,
for you.
This is what we do.
Black and white for you, San. All right, you ready for this one? Do you think Galaxy is gonna end up above Alpha Esports?
You see, it's not as simple as a yes or no question. So, no. I'll actually answer. I don't think so. No. It's highly unlikely. Yeah, no, I don't think so. It's gonna be quite difficult. If you want a realistic answer, 3 games with less than 3 points, like we've seen from Alpha Gaming, no comeback, no. Like, it's not like they had let's say a 4v4 where they knocked 3 people and it was like a 1v1 left and they didn't secure any of their limbs and they lost the fight. It wasn't like, oh, they had a close situation where they had a chance to show us what they're capable of. We haven't seen any of that. So I don't have anything proper to go off of for the side of Galaxy. Every time we see them, it's just knock, finish, done.
That's fair. All right. Bit of contradicting here and there, but you know what? I see what you're saying in regards to their current performance that they're having, going into Erangel, going into Miramar too in the last match when we end up getting there as well. Yeah, I mean it's gotta be hard, right? But they do if this team even wants to be able to make it to grand finals, I feel like they need to start having some good performances here. And by good performance, I don't mean 1 point. I don't mean double up your points. That's definitely not what we're looking for here. We need you to be able to just 10 times your points, end up with at least 10 points here in this last one. That way you can give yourself some cushion, not only for the last match, but also for the 5 matches that you're going to be having to deal with tomorrow as well. Now, that's just Galaxy, right? Motion as well. Motion's currently with 5 points. In theory, they should be able to pass Alpha Esports, but that's another team. We're going to have to start picking on them. At the beginning of the day, I was remembering, I was really impressed with like 1337 saying, okay, you know what? This team's being aggressive. This team's being able to like at least take some shots on teams. They're not being passive, but that team hasn't really been able to do much. They've been able to put up LMs, 5 LMs to be exact, but only 1 placement point. What could happen for that team if they do decide to focus a little bit more with what Kodiak is doing, focus a little bit more into the later game, set yourself up, and you know you can put up those LMs. Maybe that could be the change that some of these teams need. The team that narrows down of what we end up seeing when we see great teams, and then when we end up seeing just bad teams, is being able to adjust. Some of these teams are not being able to adjust on the fly, having to wait for the day to be over. That might not be the best case for you. You gotta be, once again, like Kodiak. You gotta be able to make sure you adjust to whatever the game is giving you and stick to your plan. And if the plan's not working for some of these teams at the bottom, I think it's time to change the plan, especially in these last 2 matches coming up.
Yeah, when it comes to being able to adapt and adjust on the fly, that would be one of the most important traits to have as a player and as a team going into a competition like this. With it being 2 days, yes, it's 3 days technically for the semifinals, but it's 2 days for the teams and the groups. But yeah, with it being 2 days of competition, you don't really have that much room for error. That's why when it comes to these kinds of tournaments, it's so high stress. And with the way that the esports circuit is set up throughout the year, you don't perform in this tournament. You are basically waiting for the second half of the year of the esports calendar in order to start competing again. So you just have like a long couple of months where you are not able to learn much. You're not able to practice much. You're not able to do much. So that's something that they have to adapt with, I guess. But I also this comes with experience. You know, it comes with experience.
Yeah, I mean, for some of these teams, it's completely different, right? You got apples and oranges. For some of them, they're having an amazing day if you say apples are really good. And then for oranges, you're having an awful day. And it's currently looking like it, but they need to be able to turn it around. They need to be able to turn that into an apple pie, baby, because those are amazing, and I definitely want one. But for some of these teams that are able to do that, I mean, Abby Esports definitely being able to do that. For some of the other teams, it's just going to come down. Remember, just to refresh your memory on that first Erangel, a team that was able to perform really well, guess what? It was still Kodiak. They were still able to put up a win. So now they have 2 wins so far today. Right? On top of that, you have Team Modder. On top of that, you have one that you mentioned out earlier, which was BX Brothers. And BX Brothers, after those 3 matches that we played, they're sitting pretty. They're currently in 3rd place. Obviously, with the position that they're currently in, with those 52 points, they'll be able to move on forward to the grand finals at this point with the predictions that we're having in regards to the cutoff point. But we just have to wait and see how they can finish off the day, because you don't want to finish off on just a sour gray area. You want to be able to pop off and put up a good performance here. Send a message to some of the other teams that you are coming in to win. You're coming in to try to make it to the PMCO EU and be on those top 4 spots in the grand finals.
Exactly, and now we are sending the players straight into game number 4 with a plane path heading from Primorsk, cutting right through Gatka and Ruins all the way to Severny. 4th game. Now the question is, obviously, when it comes to the start of this game, is a 2-parter. 1, where will the zone be? And 2, will there be a hot drop? And the fact that the plane path flew right over Primorsk and no one landed there. That area, that quarry. If you go to Ferry Pier and not Primorsk, I am going to be surprised.
Well, they're doing exactly that.
Well, color me surprised.
That's exactly what they want to be doing. Yesterday, we did end up having a bit of a hot drop there in Primorsk. And for some of the teams that did end up landing there before, I mean, now is the perfect chance. Now is the perfect chance to put on your thinking hat, your engineer hat, your mechanic hat, whatever hat it might be, and be like, hey, that's open. So now, when we go into tomorrow, you're not going to be able to worry about it.
Yeah, and that's the plan. That's what everyone is trying to achieve at this point. Just work as much as you can today to relieve the pressure off your shoulders tomorrow. Oh boy, we're whipping out the knives for this one, but looks like Rami from BX Brothers instantly going to be running away, going downstairs, getting that VP Bison, reloading. Couple of shotguns already going to be picked up here as well. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, I believe. And looks like BX Brothers are also playing with 3 players only. Monespa securing their first limb as well. It's a 1-for-1, 2-for-1 actually, as Monespa have lost multiple members. And there might be an opportunity for a revive with the knock onto the 3rd. The nade not going to be able to reach. And Grizzly forced to go back. But now he should be able to see that Grizzly went back in a few more seconds. There it is. Okay, so he sees that the revive, attempt for the revive is there. So now he has to make the move. He has to make the push. Where is the rest of the squad?
Ooh,
so, yeah, Suro is reviving Looney. So Brothers going for the push here onto Monespa. Can they do it? Can they secure the limbs? Can he finish off? And Grizzly try and get closer and closer to getting that green, getting them bills, getting that moolah. We all know they're participating not just for a spot in PMSL EU, but they're also playing for that 10,000 prize pool.
And something to keep an eye on, too, is for BX Brothers. They are currently playing with three players. They cannot afford to lose any of them. Zero is currently going to be the one that's knocked, but they need to make sure they finish off this last player here from Monespa. Going up, going to be moving around, trying to be getting angles. They don't have really that much heals to work with. Trying to get those angles, trying to use that TPP to your advantage, but you don't want it to backfire, as what I mentioned earlier. Looney doesn't really have that much heals anyways. Suro, we don't know what's going to be happening, but there you go. Looney being able to secure that one, being able to get that elimination. And that's exactly what you want to see there out of BX Brothers. Even though they are down one player, it doesn't matter. They were still able to secure those 4 elims.
You know what? I feel like that the games were just too easy for them, that they were like, you know what, bro, it's okay. You can take a break for the last couple of games and we'll take care of it. 5 minutes later, they wipe a team at the beginning of the game and still hold their ground in Severny. Love that, to be honest, for this squad. Their consistency is incredible to see in this game. And now they're still top 3, fighting for that top 2 spot with K1. But still, Kodiak, your team, your boys, they are on the hunt. So is Abi, apparently.
I'm liking the aggression that we're seeing here out of Avi Esports. I'm glad that they're realizing, you know what, we're definitely going to be going toward to grand finals. Let's be aggressive. Let's try this playing style real quick and see how it would translate in this lobby. See if we can actually put up a fight. See if we can actually just hunt some people down. Even in this situation, even in situations where it's just at the start of a match, if you see an opportunity to go for it and you're going to be able to secure at least 1 point, go for it. Secure that point. See if you can actually win those fights. And right now, that's exactly what they're doing. But for me, I'm actually really impressed for BX Brothers. I know you were on the bandwagon there for BX Brothers, but for them to be able to do that with just 3 players, not end up losing anybody, that's good to see. Kodiak, I mean, we know that this team is not going to be doing absolutely anything for the first 5 circles. The first 5 zones, they like to chill. They like to loot. They like to play their playing style. And while we have some downtime here, as I was looking back at some of the stuff that Kodiak was doing on my notes, is that they're actually sticking to a 2-2 split, and we're seeing it perfect right now. The one thing that might end up hurting them when we go to the grand finals, though, as I'm putting my analyst hat here, is going to be that they might end up just being a little bit too split at times. That is not necessary. Having those 2-2 splits when it doesn't need to happen.
Yeah, it really doesn't, but we'll see if this is something that repeats itself time and time again throughout these games. Monaspa losing out without getting a single elim at the start of that game, definitely going to hurt their chances. With 4 games being done for them now and only 7 points secured, that is going to be slightly difficult for them. Yo, listen, Modern, yo, chill. We said that you guys were amazing in like the top 3. Brother, drive. No one's watching. Well,
let's try to do a kick.
We are now. Kickflip.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, a kickflip is a skateboard trick, and Ronaldinho is a football player.
Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure with
and also it's football, skills, not soccer.
Football,
Don't
whether
even
it's
think
PUBG
about
Mobile, whether it's skate, he'll be able to perform regardless.
Yeah, okay, as long as you called it football, we're not going to be fighting. We're fine.
What else do you call it?
It's called football. So you see some weird people on the planet Earth call it soccer. I don't know what that is. I just know football. Yeah, exactly.
Wonder how you say it in Turkish.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
You know what? I would still say football because there's a club called Futbolist. So I'm just saying it's close enough, no?
Yeah. It's just, you know, sometimes different letters it makes me mess up and.
Yeah, okay, you know what? In your language, how would you say football?
My language, English.
Yeah. No.
Are you assuming? Well, you know what? He'll be able to move on there as Ronaldinho does end up getting knocked and ends up getting eliminated. So whatever kickflip he was trying to go for there, it did not end up working out. Not only is Monaspa out now, it's also going to be Ronaldinho there as 13-37. This might be the chance. You got to start taking those shots right now. There you go. Be able to confirm it. This player is also going to end up getting surprised. This is going to be my goodness, Rami being able to just shove that shotgun in his mouth and tell him to sit down and back off because Rami needs to be able to heal up and quickly because 13-37 is looking to hunt them down. This is a team that definitely needs those points. Currently sitting with just 6 points. It's not going to be enough. You got to be able to hit those shots there. Only able to hit some. Is he going to be able to get the finish? He is going to be able to get the finish. And just to add a little bit of disrespect, punch him out.
Add a little bit of insult to injury there, but the play from 13-37 there. I like the fact that they were just waiting. They knew that there was going to be a squad heading to Severny or landing in Severny. So they just pick up a couple of easy elims. Unfortunately, they did lose one of their members in that trade. Not the best. But hey, still 2 points could be crucial. 13-37 with 8 now as we are proceeding throughout the 4th game.
Kodiak now moving around, trying to find a way here into the zone. Being the tacticians that they have been able to be throughout the whole time. Figuring out what might be the best spot to just go and chill out for a little bit. Might be the best spot where we know we can find our ways into the circle. And I hope we get a chance to see the map too, because I want to see how far away they are currently from that circle and what kind of rotation they're going to be having to work with. Because so far they've been able to prove us different things, being able to adjust on the fly. See if we can maybe make it a little bit harder for them. see how they will have to adjust if it is a tough situation to get into the circle. I know sometimes teams crumble up. Sometimes they are able to excel under that pressure, become absolute diamonds. Can they actually do that? Meanwhile, though, Daisy very close to YBAB. I think they're just going to be signing a peace treaty here. Saying, you know what? We won't do anything to you guys. You guys leave us alone. Yeah? Okay. That sounds like an absolute plan.
Little gentleman's agreement. It's like, I'll hold my compound, you hold yours, and we both shoot anyone who attacks either of our compounds. Yes? Yes. Fair trade.
Yes.
It's just how it is. It becomes kind of like an unspoken agreement, unspoken rule between the players. Just in that moment, you know, enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of deal.
Uh-oh. Talking about enemies here. Talking about agreements that we might have had there. Just looking at each other and nodding. 1337 is going to be close to YBAB. And I don't think they're going to be wanting to push anytime soon. Don't do any unnecessary pushes if you don't want to. They currently do have 3 players left. I'm actually surprised that one of them is trying to get an angle on this. Wonder if they're even debating on possibly having to take over this compound, even though they have 3 players. That's insane. Wanting to see if maybe the player is going to... Silence might end up overextending here. I'm really puzzled by this play by Silence.
Let's see what they decide to do with it. But if Silence gets knocked, that's going to end up being a very, very big problem for 1337 with that 2-1 split. So he decides, you know what? I think the guys talking on stream are right. Not that I'm listening to the stream, because that would be wrong.
Well,
but
you
yes,
can anyways.
I'm going to go regroup.
We're
Yeah,
on
I know.
a
There's
massive
a
delay.
Yeah. Like a 4-hour delay.
I don't know about all that.
Like, you know what,
I
guys?
can
Like,
smoke some
technically,
meat on
like,
4 hours. Jeez.
Yo, listen. You did say you've started smoking, so it's good. You know, you started smoking a lot. I
Smoking
started
meats.
cooking a lot. Yeah, yeah. What? Yeah. I mean, do you think we have time right now? Let's wait. Let's hold off on that because we just got a zone shift. I want to see where that zone shift is because right now, YBAB, they're holding a position just on the outskirts, trying to see if they can catch out 1337. It looks like 1337 just going to widen that rotation, so they should still be fine. But
there you go.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for. Thank you very much.
Look on the east side
production.
and tell me what you see, by the way.
On the east side.
Yep.
Oh, it's ya boys in KQ.
I feel like I'm pointing them out so much, man, but they're like...
No, you're right
smart.
to do so. You're right to do so. The moves they're making are very, very good so far. And now with that push, I want to say on that side, they're trying to see if they can secure BX Brothers, and that's exactly what they do. They take out the last member. BX Brothers in 15th now, and they can rest easy in that quadrant.
Great play there by that team, by Kodiak, but now we're going to have to worry about 1337. They're looking to get a little bit more eliminations here as they're going up against Galaxy. Galaxy was a team that was definitely looking up to get a little bit more points. They at least have 1 elimination to their name. They might be able to add a couple more here as 1337 trying to find themselves out of this hole that they're digging themselves in. Galaxy driving around. He's going to keep on driving. You need to be careful, though. He might end up just jumping out of the vehicle and securing some extra elims. But Galaxy just not wanting to do anything with this fight. They're just wanting to move on, not even wanting to challenge that. Actually, a big surprise there from Galaxy.
Galaxy, once again. We see them a little bit in the game, but unfortunately, they're still losing out on a couple of members, not able to procure a lot of points. Rexo now secured. A lot of melee finishes this game. What's going on, boys?
You're just not wanting to waste any ammo. And as we said that, he's like, okay, you know what? You're tired of the melee finishes. Here you go. How about some AUG for you? Galaxy, though, continuing with those 2 players that are left alive. They are going to be taking over this divot here. I was hoping they would have done that whenever they had 4 players alive. That would have been even better.
Oh, yeah.
Motion is going to be close by, though. Galaxy is going to be holding on to this. It's going to be... It's a smart play, but with 2 players, man, that's going to be so tough.
Hold on. Okay, for a second. Okay, I was just baffled by the... Yo, listen, yes, you can stop hitting the car, dude. How are you going to explain this to insurance? Huh? Tell me. How are you going to explain this to the insurance? How are they going to fix this? Do you know how much it's going to cost? Madness. Like, the tire alone is Good lord. Just ramming the Formula 1 cars into each other. Like, imagine you actually have to go for an insurance claim to like fix it, to like repair the car in game. Massive.
Crazy. Here, look at this new circle. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
let's go,
New circle
baby.
goes all the
Here we
way
go.
south.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, look, this is a game for Galaxy not to win it. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. They're in a good position to get some points, get some limbs, benefit a little bit, maybe third party, some people. Okay. But they decide to, I think they're just repositioning their cars. We'll get to that later because right now we're looking at Destin to Rise. Great knock onto Sebastian from YBAB and a response from Connie. He goes out, finishes the point as well, and okay, just swings on the second. Connie, it doesn't matter. He's just gonna take the fight on his own.
This is what we want to see out of YBAB. We've seen them being a little bit slow in the past. They're trying to make that push now. YBAB, Sebastian currently down, but they see some blood in the water. They're being absolute sharks right now. Destined to Rise. 2 players left standing, trying to pick up the third. They are going to be able to pick up the third. Grenades are going to be coming in there from YBAB. Making that push. Molotov's coming in too. Going to be having to back them off. And that player, once again, Ralph, getting knocked there. YBAB, grenades coming in. More utility being used. And they're going to be sending another one. Trying to see if he can maybe get a little bit cheeky. Oh, he gets grenaded, though. Destined to Rise. Strongman with a solid nade. And now they're going to be trying to go for this revive once again. YBAB, this is what we've been questioning out of you. Sometimes you're a little bit too passive. You're relying too much on that utility. You have to make a strong push here. And it's not looking like it. There you go. Finding the angle. You're going to have to go for it. On top of that, you're gonna get third party. Connie being able to get that angle. He's been able to knock a couple players. He needs to hit that shot, and he does so for his team. YBAB being able to survive this one, but it is gonna be tough to get out of here as the zone is on them, and he's not gonna be able to get that revive.
And it does a lot of damage at this point, but I have to say, Connie putting his entire team on his back and taking the fight on his own. Can he make it to the zone? Yes, he should be able to. He has a decent amount of time. One bullet, though, can end his run in this game, and it looks like he will continue for now. That's exactly what they need to do. They just need to hold on.
You know what he needs to do, though?
Oh, I know what
he needs to find a compound, get that teddy bear, hold it for the longest time possible, and then actually worry about getting some extra points. Because right now, with him being the only one alive, you saw a lot of teams being able to get him. It's just going to be a fun one. Team Explode, though, being able to hold this this little divot right here. Galaxy, hey, to be fair, though, Sandstorm, Galaxy being able to maintain themselves alive, that is good for that team. A team that definitely needs points. You might have reverse cursed them. Oh, my goodness. What if you actually did end up reverse cursing them? Saying that you don't see them being able to actually go above.
Sometimes you open your mouth, and I wish you wouldn't. Because right now, one of them got knocked.
Hey, I didn't pick him. You picked him. I'm just saying. They might still be able to get enough.
I picked him. That's bullying enough. Leave my boys alone. Please. They already have enough of a curse on. There's no need. Okay, they got the revive.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're chilling. Oh, here, new circle. Wait for it. Come on. Do something crazy. Oh, okay. Hey, for Galaxy, this is going to be good right here. They're going to be able to hold a good, strong place. Kodiak now trying to move around, trying to get rid of one of those teams there towards the north and take over that compound. That is going to be a hard one. If they're able to do that, that could be a winning move for them. YBAB ends up getting eliminated. That last player standing looks like he wasn't able to get that teddy bear on himself.
Yep.
And Team Modern just waiting to see if Kodiak is going to be making a push.
Is from the north side. They're going to be focusing on taking down everyone in their way right now. Modern already have this duo take it all. No, they can't. KQ just too good.
Trying to find it. Team Modern, there you go, gets eliminated. Man, Kodiak is just... I'm going to stop talking about them because I'm just really amazed at how well that team is performing just in regards to the moves, in regards to everything that they're currently doing. And it ain't a competition, baby. We're working here together at the same time. Daisy Cloud moving around, trying to find somebody on Abby. Abby still has all 4 players standing, and as I said, that one of them does end up getting out. KC being able to finish off that player right there from ARG, moving up on the leaderboard, securing even more points. And with this match alone, with even 1 match left, with the way that they're currently performing, Kodiak might be able to beat the points that Abby Esports was able to get. And as I'm saying that, Kodiak is just sending it, making sure that they make a light work of Daisy, but they got to make sure that they don't overextend. They got to make sure that they don't do anything crazy here, because there is a lot of people currently looking at this fight.
Oh my God.
Trying to run them over, moving around. Are they going to be able to get it? And they are able to get it. Another elimination. Make it another team there for Kodiak.
Absolutely phenomenal play from Kodiak there. Insane. First person comes in, drives around, makes him go crazy. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know where to look. Left, right, center, I'm not sure. But my God, that was insane from them. And I mean, you're right. I mean, look, technically, they're not only looking to break the record that AE set in day 1, they're looking to surpass AE. That's what they're looking to do right now. They have 12 eliminations, 61 points, 84 is what AE have at the moment, and they are currently looking at taking them out. King, what can you do? Can you get the elim? Can you destroy them right now? Can you do them dirty and take first place? They might just be able to do that.
I don't know if they're going to be able to do it today, but with the way they're performing, they might be able to, because my goodness, this team is just performing at an insane level. Remember, the most eliminations that we have seen so far has been 19. This team is wanting to do more. Right now, Model, 6 elims, lost 3, 7K, 2, 20 with 2. They are just popping off, and they are just controlling so much of the North. You can see absolutely no team right now is on the north of them. Galaxy, gotta give them a shout out once again. They're still maintaining those 2 players alive. They're still being able to just be safe, be compound. You know what? Let everybody else do the work for us. We don't have to fight anything. Let's not end up fighting it.
Yeah, definitely agree with you there. And I do have to remind you, 13 eliminations on Kodiak right now, and they might be looking to break the 19 eliminations that were secured yesterday by the Noisy Boys. 20 looking to distract with the car, and that's exactly what he does. They managed to get the first knock now, going in for the push. Again, the distraction from 20 is just phenomenal. Shockwave don't know what to do. They don't know where to look, and all of a sudden, they're all dead. 17 eliminations for Kodiak right now.
Still with a lot. And I mean, 11 players left alive. Okay, there you go. They're starting to go down. I think it's safe to say that this team might be looking to get a 20 bomb, because if they're able to do that, it's just gonna be absolute mischievous if they can get that 20 bomb. 19, they said, yeah, you can take that to the bank, but you know what, give us a little bit harder wars, because these are just too easy. You gotta make it even harder for us. Kodiak is looking around. They're gonna be looking into Galaxy, and you know what, get that timer 4-3 out of here, because we are working together as a team right now. Kodiak wanting to make sure they overtake Galaxy in this spot, and if they do that, which they should be able to, considering that they have the numbers, it should be looking good.
It really should be, with those eliminations that they have right now, and they are trying to set themselves up smack dab in the middle of the road. They are taking the fight with KZ. And 7, and you know what? No, I'm not even going to say it. Don't jinx it. No, just no. Focus on KQ.
What were you going to say? What were you going to say?
Absolutely
I bet you won't.
nothing. Nada. No, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't going to say anything.
Interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. What is interesting is the fact that right now, Kodiak is looking to get a 3rd chicken dinner of the day. And you know what? I would have loved for them to get one on Miramar just so they can have one on each map. Well, actually, no. They got one on Miramar, no? They got game 2.
That's the one map that they haven't. They got one in Erangel, they got one in Sanhok, and right now they're looking like they're going to get another one. But this is right now the confidence that this team is currently playing with. Look at him. They don't even care. They're just fully sending it. They're saying, all right, you know what? We know that there's 2 players going to be in here. Let's start using all of this utility that we've been being able to get from all the teams that we have just been wiping the floor with. Not only that, 7 players alive. If they can get this 2, they will end up tying those 19 ilms that Team Explode, I believe it was able to get yesterday. But you don't want to get too cocky. You don't want to get too overconfident here. You want to be able to secure that elimination. Not only that, you want to make sure that you set yourself up for that win too. The grenades are going to be coming in. There you go. First knock goes down. Now they're going to get a little bit more confident, but they're going to give him enough time to possibly go for a revive. Those grenades, they're just peppering him. They're not even letting him down. They're just going to keep going until he actually gets knocked.
Yeah, they want to secure that. They don't want to risk anything. They don't want to lose a single member going into the final moments of this game. They secure the member that is knocked down. That is 18 lives. One more, and they equal the record set by the Noisy Boys. KZ only thinking of maybe swinging and decide, you know what? Nah, it's 4 people. Why? I'm just going to go. I'm going to loot my friend. And he's just looting his friend's corpse. Will he be able to survive one more nade? No, a little bit more damage. He peeks. He gets taken out. That's 19 eliminations. Going over to Kodiak.
20.
Never mind. It's a 20 bomb, baby. 3 teams left. 4 B2, B2. Galaxy, we're taking the fight with the side of Explode, and looks like that fight is finally over. And here comes Kodiak. They are hungry for that back-to-back chicken dinner. They are hungry for 22 points, 22 eliminations, and Kodiak, back-to-back chicken dinner, getting their 3rd in 4 matches.
Absolutely disgusting here, ladies and gentlemen. Get the banner ready. Make sure you give Kodiak some scissors so they can cut through that champion mode that they're currently on, because they are on an absolute tear. Back to back. That is disgusting. And on top of that, being able to put up a 20+ bomb, this is what we want to see. We have a new record. I'm just telling you, get that record board ready, because this team is looking to break it. And they're also, not only did they just break the record that Abby Esports was able to put up yesterday in regards to 60+ points that they were able to get in one day, this team is going to crush it. And you were right, Sandstorm. This team is going to be looking forward to not just being in that 2nd place. They want to make sure that they get Abby out of that 1st place in just one day.
Yeah, which is mad, because I'm just doing the math. They had, I want to say, 61 points when it came to like 13 eliminations. So if we were to add another 9 on top of that, that's 70, and then another 10 for the chicken dinner, that's 80. They would be about 2, 3, maximum 4 points behind Abby Esports with 1 game in hand. Yeah, imagine a 4-point difference with 5 games less. And again, if they're reaching the average of 80, you're talking about 20 points average per game so far. What?
Are you saying that you're jumping back on the board with me? It's not just gonna be 1 millionaire, it's gonna be 2 million on board of the train that's just gonna be streaming through, because Kodiak, that's currently what they are. They are just a power train. You can see model right there. 9 ilms, 1200 damage. This is just stupid.
That's the highest that we've seen so far throughout today's games and yesterday's games. The highest amount of elims that we've seen, I think, for one player was 7 in the one game. Model now with 9 and getting that 1,287 damage. Ridiculous performance from Kodiak here. 3 chicken dinners. This is something that we mentioned when it comes to them and Abe. Abe Esports were focusing more on the elimination side of things, going for more fights and just securing it that way. Not many placement points. Whereas the side of Kodiak right now, they are combining incredible positioning and timing and rotations, getting themselves to the final moments of the game, and also getting the eliminations to pair with it as well. It makes it such an entertaining team to watch, honestly.
It is. I mean, this is champion caliber team. This is where we end up saying, okay, you know what? This is exactly what we want to see here, brother. It's not just the eliminations, as you just mentioned, that Abby Esports was being able to play. It's the actual positioning that this team is being able to do, Sandstorm. Like, we see it perfectly, especially when we show the map. I even try to point it out towards you, too. Keep looking at them. They're able to just quickly, as soon as the circle pops, they're like, okay, there's no hesitation. And I feel like that's actually the main thing. The thing that I want to actually get through the viewers is that there's no hesitation when it comes to what they are doing. It's just the full team just going for it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, Lordy. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Mimodal, most elims, most damage, most grenade elims, most distance, and only 7k coming in with the total distance cover. But that's not to say that the entire lineup did not perform. No, the entire lineup of Kodiak performed. They have 22 elims. If Mimodal has 7 of them, the rest of them must have 4 or 5 each in order
9.
to secure that. Yeah, so, or sorry, 9. If Mimodal has 9, then the rest of them still have like 5, 6 elims each. That's mad.
Oh, just
That's
jump on that
absolutely mad.
bandwagon with me. Just everybody in the chat. Let us, you know what, for everybody currently watching the live stream, let us know, what do you think of Kodiak's performance so far? And also, while you're at it, make sure you tell us which is the actual team that you're going for, all right? Because I would like to point out some comments here and there from some teams that you guys are pointing out for. And maybe we can deep dive on it a little bit more as we end up getting ready for the final match of Miramar. Because, man, this team is just, once again, just to recap, not only are they being able to put up the eliminations, they're being able to put up the rotations, they're being able to be concise and consistent in regards to what they're doing. They're not getting doozy with it. They're not getting deezy with it. They're just going for it, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Yep, that's definitely what you want to see from those teams. And now, with one game left to go, 7, is Kodiak going to get a chicken dinner on Miramar? Are they going to get a 4th? Are they going to reach 100 points in 5 games? Which is mad. It's absolutely mad. This is ridiculous.
Nah.
It's a head scratcher.
I don't think so. You know why? You know why I don't think so? Because I think with Miramar, even though earlier they were able to do really well, I feel like they were just scattered all over the map. They were a little bit too far away. They were a little bit too out in the open. If they can rearrange that, their positioning is still on point, obviously. If they can just make sure they're not too overexposed, they might be able to get that win. But I'm not sure. I'm not too confident on that pick.
Yeah, but Kodiak is looking pretty confident right now. Just to show you guys, 32 points in total, 22 elims, like we've seen. Team Explode with 13. Galaxy tripling their points in one game. Fantastic, boys. Getting yourself 5 points from placements, 1 point from a elim. But realistically, if you want to compete among the top 16, you need to do a little bit more than that if you want to make it into the grand finals. Otherwise, you and the 7 other teams in the bottom of the leaderboard skedaddle away, and your esports journey for now takes a break.
Yeah, you don't want to have that. You definitely don't want to have that. I mean, we have some of the other teams, right? I mean, I'm looking at Monaspa right now with that performance that they're currently putting up. I'm trying to remember of where they were in the overall. I think they were in 21 place. They need to, brother. They need to be able to do something here, because if not, hocus pocus, you're gonna be going home and you're not gonna be able to play in those grand finals.
Yeah, you know that's what we need to see from these teams. Now, last game, it's something to boost your morale, like ending the day with it, and then obviously to help you going into the 3rd and final day, 2nd day for youth players and groups. But for us, technically, it's still the 3rd day of competition. But now, 7, as we get ourselves ready for the 5th and final game of the day on Miramar, my favorite map.
I have a question for you.
No, actually, I have to answer the question I gave you.
Yeah, you're answering your own question. Okay, got it.
Well, yeah. So, like, the question was, so yes, like before I asked about how many bunnies would make 1 horsepower, but we'll get to that later because we have overall leaderboard, and 4 points is the gap. Yes, that was the question, but we'll get to that later.
Well, let's focus.
Focus is Kodiak right now, brother. 4-point difference. 4-point difference, and they played 5 games less.
Damn.
That's mad. Yeah, honestly, damn. It's either that.
You know what?
Honestly, it's either that or sheesh. That's it.
No, you know what Kodiak reminds me of? Mag Fury, when they're just when the scene in the desert, when you just have people banging on the drums chasing you. That's exactly what Kodiak's currently doing. Except they don't have any drums. They're just currently saying crazy stuff like hula baloo, baby. We're coming after you, Abby Esports. You better watch out because you already played 2 matches. But guess what? We're doing what you're doing in 2 days in 1 day.
Okay, first of all, I don't know what version of Mad Max you were watching.
The fun one.
I don't know about Hullabaloo, but all I know is Right now, they are screaming, "Witness me." And that is exactly what every single person on this stream is doing. We are witnessing an incredible performance by this team. And please, please, for the love of God, Kodiak, this consistency, this performance, I want to see it again on day 2, and I want to see it again in the grand finals. I want to see every single one of these teams playing at their peak performance. Because right now, this is peak Kodiak. If it's not, good Lord, I don't even want to know what peak Kodiak is if this isn't it. 20 points average per game.
Did you see that? All the teams that we were talking about, Group C, if they were going to be able to pass Alpha Esports or not, they ended up passing them. And just like that, bang, Alpha Esports, last place.
Oh, what? This
Yeah, I mean, you just saw it in the graphic.
Right now, I'm just like, please stop. They're already dead, and you're like, no. Just.
What's up, baby?
Oh my God!
This has to be a wake up call, Sam. There has to be a wake up call for them if they want to be able to do something tomorrow. I mean,
what if they don't answer?
They have to come in full speed, full throttle. You know what? Take some notes of what Kodiak is currently being able to do, because this team is just playing absolutely perfect. And I'm gonna, for everybody currently watching, this is a challenge for me. I'm gonna try to not talk about Kodiak for the next segment, all right? Because this team, they're just playing so perfect that I need to actually move on from it. We need to focus on some of the other teams.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I do love to see a team performing very well and doing all the right things as much as they can right now, and that's what we're seeing from Kodiak. And it goes to show through their score of 20 points average per game, three chicken dinners out of the 4 games that they played. So yeah, they're definitely doing something right, and we love to see it. But I agree, we do have to shift it a little bit. We do have to focus on the teams that are not performing as well as they should be, and try and see what are the mistakes that they are making and how we can kind of point these kinds of things out, something that they can maybe focus on as they rewatch the stream, rewatch the VOD, and see what are the things that they can fix. Because there's quite a few, specifically for the likes of Alpha. I hope you're watching right now, because you need to see what your competition is doing and learn what you can do to adapt and have a better performance when you come in tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they can't allow to have another day like what they did in day 1, right? It's just gonna get you absolutely nowhere. You're gonna end up going home for a team that's fighting. I mean, 128 teams we started off. You're currently one of the 24 teams that might have a chance to make it to the grand finals. And then once you make it to the grand finals, who knows what's going to happen? It's only 2 days. We've seen it in the past where, yeah, a team is able to perform like the way that Abby Esports is currently performing. But when we get to the grand finals, it might just end up disappearing. It could be just like a one-off team. I'm hoping it doesn't happen like that for the Abby Esports fans out there. But we have just seen that in the past. And right now, going into the last Miramar, guess what? We don't have to worry about Boars Gaming, which is one of your favorite picks. We do, however, have to worry about Abby Esports. They ended up getting the win yesterday in the last Miramar. Can they do it again going into this one? The last match, too, for them for the semifinals.
Yeah, and honestly, I think they might be able to. They have to send a message to the rest of the teams that, like, hey, we're still here. It's like we were top of the table for the whole time, but, you know, we're not going anywhere. And the thing is, I highly doubt that you're going to be able to hold on to it. Now, whether that lead is taken away from you today or tomorrow, I think it's actually safe to say it could be taken today, because Kodiak, not really, no. I mean, you know what? It does. Yeah, it does. It does, because if Abi loses the lead after having such a great performance, and then all of a sudden they're like, hold on. A team came in and did better than we did in both days, and they did it in just 1 day. What the heck did they do? It's like, how did they achieve something like that? Like, we thought we were doing our best or something like this. So maybe some self-doubt. Yeah. Again, just a little bit of mental games. It's like, how were they able to do something like that? You see a team outperform you? It's ridiculous, yeah.
Yeah, maybe after day 1, they were like, you know what? With the performance that we put up, there's no way another team is going to be like our doppelganger and try to mimic what we were able to do in day 1. And yeah, I'm with you. They could actually be a little bit messed up in the hair, but still, your second
Messed up in
place,
the
you're
hair,
guaranteed a
not
spot
my
into
hair.
the grand finals. If anything, this is more motivation for them to be able to be like, okay, now we're gonna have tomorrow off. We get a chance to see what some of the other teams are doing, right? And then on top of that, we have just about so many days off to actually go back to the drawing board, check what this team was able to do, and see, not only just mimic that, because you definitely don't want to mimic what Kodiak is currently doing. You want to be able to play your style and do what you're capable of. That's the thing that sometimes teams try to do, which is like, okay, you know what, let's try to do that. Maybe your skills are not up to par to be able to do those kind of plays.
Yeah. Plus, to them, it's something that's become kind of routine. This is something that they've been doing day in, day out with the scrims that they've been participating in, with the tournaments that they've been playing in. So it might not be something that you're used to. So you can't. I would say like you can't try to copy it. You might be able to, but it's not going to work out in the same way that it would work out for the team with the original idea. You know?
Yeah, you might end up just backfiring a little bit, and you don't want to be like one of those teams where you're like, okay, you know what, we were able to perform well, and then we decided to switch too much stuff, and then it doesn't end up going your way. Now, for going into tomorrow, as we are going to be going to the last match, I do want to get a chance to talk a little bit more, and we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about this tomorrow too, but I want to get that conversation started. For teams like that are just performing well from Group A, if you didn't perform well, make sure that on the final day, on day 3, you don't have a deja vu experience where you end up not being able to perform well again. Because if that does end up happening, man, you're just going to have to... I don't want any of these teams to end up having regret, and that's something that sometimes happens, especially when we talk to players. We've seen it in the past, and where they're like, man, I wish we could have done that different there. We had the option. Yeah, in hindsight, that's right. But you had especially for Group A, you had at least one day off. Hopefully you guys are back on the drawing board and being able to bring that heat on the final day for semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. But for now, we are focusing on who's going to be, or how teams from Group B are going to be ending their final day in the tournament. So at this point, I would love to give our lovely audience members and whoever's watching on the stream, let us know. Who do you think is going to be taking the winner chicken dinner of game number 5? Who will be? And you know what? Not only that, but I also want to ask who is going to take the lead at the end. Is it still going to be Abe, or will we see Kodiak come through and steal it in the final game?
Oh, what's your answer on that?
Like who's going to take it?
Yeah.
I think with the momentum that Kodiak have and been having for the past couple of games, and the fact that Abe, yes, they're out for blood, going for a limb after a limb, but then get wiped. Like the aggression is there. I love it, but it's not the calculated aggression that we're seeing from Kodiak. So I would still, I'm saying like Kodiak should be able to take the lead. You got to 80 points in 4 games. I don't think 10 are going to be a problem in just one more game.
I mean, they'll definitely, and just for the viewers, they'll definitely end up taking the lead, period. Especially when we go into tomorrow.
100%.
Unless something absolutely crazy happens, which I honestly doubt it with the way this team is currently playing. Sometimes you're able to see if it's like a one-off thing. For this team, it's not being a one-off thing. It's consistency. They're doing the same thing over and over again. But I think they will be able to take the lead. Just because they're playing it slow. Unless for some reason they end up getting hot drop. That's the only way I can see it, which I highly doubt it will happen.
No one's going to do that to them. No, I doubt it.
Yeah, right now with the way they're doing it. And they seem too careful to try to fall into a trap of possibly a hot drop. I think they would end up backing off unless for some reason they end up getting a knock and they just see it like, okay, you know what? We have to take this. This is just a win situation for us. But yeah, I think with the way they're being able to play passive and then aggressive when they need to be, they should be able to take the lead.
Well, this one game will let us know exactly how that's going to break down and who's going to be able to come out on top at the end of it. And of course, then Group B will be sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what's going to happen with their performance. Was what they did in day 1 and day 2 enough, or do they have to go on the hunt again and begin their journey once more with another tournament? Now, boys and girls, we are waiting for the 5th game to start. The boys are currently lining up and getting themselves on the plane. So, in the meantime, I'm going to make my question easier, you know? Rather than just asking for, like, let's say, like a straight up number. Yes, we're bringing it back to the horsepower.
Oh.
So I'll make it easier. Do you think you'd need more hamsters? It was hamsters that I mentioned, right?
Squirrels.
Squirrels. It was squirrels, right? 1 second. Then I need
He's
to.
Googling it.
Well, yes, obviously.
He went for the wrong thing. This man used hamsters, and now he's like, actually, I don't know the answer. Let me look.
Yeah,
it up
because I
for,
thought it was hamsters. I forgot about it for
more
a second.
squirrels.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on.
At least you didn't put in Vikings there. At least you didn't go like completely off.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, listen, we were close. Okay, kind of similar. Okay. So, okay, now that
Go for it. Come on. You got
so
Uh-huh.
you require 5,000 bunnies, around 5,000 bunnies, to get 1 horsepower. That's what we mentioned last time. So what I'm gonna ask you here is, do you need more than 5,000 squirrels or less than 5,000 squirrels to get that 1 horsepower?
more or less
Yes.
than
So because
5,000?
Yes, because we needed 5,000 bunnies to reach 1 horsepower. Now I'm asking you, do you need more or less than 5,000 squirrels to get that 1
Oh, yeah,
horsepower?
you need more, bro. They're smaller animals.
You sure?
Yeah. Unless whatever you're using is absolutely tripping.
Apparently you're wrong.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
I'm not.
yeah.
Trust me.
Look, apparently, with the maths that I have in front of me right now, that I totally did by myself, 100% on piece of paper, it takes between 1,500 and 3,000 squirrels, depending on like the minimum and maximum amount of power that a squirrel can produce, to get 1 horsepower.
Right on. Well, hey. I was wrong. I have to admit it. I was wrong. You know what? That was a good riddle, though. Like, that was actually a solid riddle. I thought it was going to be a little bit harder than that, but
See,
still good. All right.
yeah, we can cook. Also, just to let you guys know, yes, us as casters have complete control over the entire stream, and it is our decision to not start the game yet.
Wait, what? Being sarcastic, by the way, for everybody watching. Absolutely sarcastic. All right?
Someone's gonna
I know
clip
his
it.
looks can be haunting sometimes, but don't let that get to you. As we are gonna be
Let's
jumping into
go!
the final game of today, Miramar, baby. Is it gonna be Kodiak? Is it gonna be Abby Esports? Which team is gonna be the one that ends up in first place at the end of day 2 semifinals PMCO EEU 2025? Because I cannot wait to see if for some reason this team can end up pulling off a win. Kodiak, can you do it? Can you get 4 wins out of 5? That would be ridiculous.
I want to say that we have come across a couple of games and a couple of tournaments where, I think rarely, obviously, where a team was able to secure more than 3 chicken dinners.
Yeah, it has happened.
But I want to say that was usually in tournaments with 6 matches. This semifinal is only 5, so it could be different. And it's just, and honestly, it's still a difficult task.
Yeah. But I want to see it. I definitely want to see it happen, man. This team have been absolutely solid. And I'm hoping it continues on. As you mentioned, I don't want it to be just a one-day thing. I'm hoping it continues on onto tomorrow and into the grand finals, because that's another team that in one day they've been able to just be like, yeah, you know what? We're definitely going to be in the grand finals. And we're going to make sure we send a full-on statement to everybody. There you go. We get a chance to see the circle. It is going to be... okay, no water this time, which I'm cool with. I feel like we kind of got this yesterday a little bit. It was a little bit more towards the east side of Hacienda del Patron, Pecado. But on this one, we might even see a slight chance of power grid.
Yeah, we did have I want to say, like, when it comes to Miramar, yeah, we had the zone kind of close in towards power grid, San Martin and Hacienda in one of our previous Miramar games yesterday. This time around, though, like you said, something similar. But hey, we have a hot drop of all places in Miramar towards Torre Ahumada, where I believe there are 3 squads. Why are there 3 squads there?
Stay tuned and find out on the next episode of Hot Rock with 7 and Sandstorm. As 1337 already has one elimination. They're trying to find the last player there, or one of the players from DX Brothers is going to be able to knock him down, going to be able to eliminate him. There you go, 1337. This is what I wanted to see out of you. I wanted to be able to get those eliminations, but don't get a little bit too cocky, though. Remember, you still got the whole match going on. You might have 2 elims, but you don't want to end up getting too cocky, getting one of the players caught off, and then now you're having to work with just 3 players.
Yeah, but we know what some teams can do with just 3 players. Yes, it was BX last time, and this time around they're still playing on that same level of difficulty, and now it is 1337 who eliminate them again. Okay, sheesh. I mean, I kind of want to say something now, 7.
Say it.
You sure?
I don't know what you're going to say.
Okay, no. Okay, so here's the thing. Usually when players or teams, let's say, if there's any kind of like friendly trash talk between the players or something like that, usually you would do it when you're winning, right? Why are you doing it to a team with 3 players when you're 18th and they're 5th? Yes, I know they played 5 games more than you, but they're still 40 plus points ahead of you. Unless this is something that's been going on from like previous tournaments, or this is just the usual kind of friendly, bantery trash talk that you have between the players.
Okay.
I don't know.
You want my answer?
Yeah, hit me.
Yeah, so I think it usually comes down to some players just being in the moment and kind of wanting to hype themselves up. And we have seen it in the past too, where it's just like a bit of a mental thing for them. It's like, you know what? Even if there's no beef in between those 2 teams, it's just to be like, yeah, we got that team. You know what? Send that little message there by shooting the... Sometimes we might think too much into it, but I feel like sometimes those players are just in the moment. It's like, yeah, we won that. Let's go, baby. Especially for a team that's currently 19th place.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say, like, you say that to me now, and it instantly reminds me of, like, I want to say, like, during the groups, group stage, I think, for PMGO, Enigma Galaxy, and I believe it was the 7-2-1 Expendables, they both had, like, the similar drop in Paradise, and every single time in scrims they would hot drop each other. Enigma Galaxy would win. They hot dropped each other in the actual tournament game, and the 7-2-1 won that fight. And I saw like a couple of the players from the 7-2-1 like stand up and like, yeah, take that kind of thing towards the Enigma players. They were too far away to see anything, but yeah, it happens like in the game and sometimes out of the game as well, where the or like the motivation.
That's a completely different scenario though, because then you're talking about Enigma Galaxy, a team that got 3rd place at PMGC. You know how good that would feel?
Yeah, actually, yeah,
obviously
true.
Not
Fair,
want to trash talk. Man, I'll be standing up. I'll be like, let's go, baby. PMGC 3rd place. Hey, what?
All type of deal. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this is something we actually haven't seen before. Kodiak wanted to fight this early on. This is actually something I want to keep an eye on.
He mentioned it. He mentioned Kodiak. He said the word. He did it.
Yeah, in the last segment, we're already in the game. It doesn't even count as they're making the push here. Grenades are going to be coming in. Lost trying to find an angle. He's going to be able to spot somebody right away. Kick going to be pushing with somebody holding a grenade.
Oh!
Be careful. Oh, Kick ends up getting knocked, and he's going to end up getting eliminated. There you go. Now I want to see how Kodiak is going to be able to respond to this. A very early fight for them. Something out of the norm for the team. Having to push a player that's crawling. There you go. Easy pickings for the team, but they are going to end up losing 7 Kick. This is going to be interesting for this team. I like seeing teams that are towards the top being able to be challenged in different ways, and they're showing me something that they haven't shown me before, which is those early fights and how are they going to be able to perform with just 3 players left alive.
I'm pretty sure they don't like the fact that they're being challenged right now, but hey, they still got 3 eliminations at the end of the day so far, so they're still going to be pretty happy about it. And you see, right now, personally, I wouldn't feel so worried about Kodiak because, again, we've seen how well they've rotated in previous games, even when they've lost a member, because I believe the Sanhok game, they lost a member and they ended up playing as 3 players and then obviously ended up as a 1v1 where they managed to secure. And here, Abe sees in the elimination feed that Kodiak is getting points. They're like, you know what? They can't be the only ones that are getting points right now. This is not fair. We have to get some points on the board. We can't have the lead taken away from us. Galaxy, please go hide. I beg.
One of them got knocked as soon as you said that.
I know, because they've been getting knocked before.
Oh.
fighting
Wait
in the
for it.
open. I
Wait
don't
for it.
want to. Can I not? Do I have to?
Yes. Wait for it. Okay, never mind. I thought it was gonna end up happening. Galaxy though, they're wanting to continue on this action. Team that only has 7 plays. I think there might be too focused here on Bad Boy, but Abby's starting to make a push there on the sides as well. So we're gonna be switching over to another fight. It's gonna be Team Explode. Grenades are gonna be coming in, and bad timing there for Maxa. And he just runs straight into the grenade. Viscous roll getting knocked over and over again. MNSP though making that push. Can they get this player? Gringo's gonna be on the side too. Easy pickings there for cracking. Gringo is the last one alive for this team. The other team, Manaspa, just hunting them down. They wanted to get into this action. Don't get a little bit too. Oh, beautiful play there by Ripper, making sure that he secures that last elimination. That is going to be an easy 4, although they do end up losing a player with Grizzly being out.
Yeah, Manespa, finally. We haven't been able to see much of them throughout the games today so far, but I want to say making sure that they let us know that they are here, they are participating, they're getting themselves a couple of points, and that's exactly what you want to see. Now with the zone finally shifting, yep, looks like towards Power Grid, San Martin, just south of Hacienda del Patron. Southeast a
Ooh,
little
say
bit.
that again. Hold on,
Yeah.
that sounds so good. What was it?
Hacienda del Patron?
Woo! Yeah, it's one of my favorite places to drop in Miramar.
Yo,
You
listen,
know, when we
listen,
have some
listen.
downtime here.
I can
What's one of your
pronounce stuff
favorite
right.
places to land in Miramar?
Campo Militar, 100%. And
The
Los
what?
Leones. Campo
Los
Militar
Leones.
and Los Leones. It's got to be Los Leones on the western side with the warehouses. I would jump on that side, to, cover all the warehouses, and then go into Los Leones from the southern side and clear it that way.
See, I was more of a maniac. I was just absolute hot drops. Pecado, Hacienda del Patron. Bring it on, baby.
I mean,
We
it's
sending
not
it. I
always
wouldn't
Los
win 'em.
Leones, but yeah.
I'm like, I wouldn't
It's-
win them, but I would still drop there. And that's why
Actually-
I never became a conqueror. I was stuck at ace.
At least you got ace, brother. I don't want to talk about
Yeah.
mine.
All right, sounds good. It's okay. He's a bronze player. Don't worry about it.
Not even. But what's your loadout then?
What?
Listen, why am I outing
Hey,
myself
no
right
way.
now?
I
What's
see
your
you
favorite
play. I
loadout?
know you definitely can put up some good performances. All right, you might have not been ace in the game, but you're an ace in my heart there, Sanhok.
Aw.
As Motion now having to hold up some of the fights here. It is going to be K1. This is a team that you've been looking at
That is
earlier.
true.
Can they get a first knock here? Grenades are going to be coming out, causing some damage, but not a knock.
Yeah, no, there's the knock right there, and it's onto Slodic of all people. He's always seeming to be the first one that gets knocked out, but maybe it's just pure luck at that point for him. Meanwhile, for the side of K1, lots of nades are going to be coming in. After the first knock, we're still not seeing a push. They're trying to see if they can secure themselves a second one, or even like find out where all the players are for the side of K1 before they go too deep, because the second you overstep, just one corner that you haven't checked and you are gone. Nades from K1 being thrown, but nothing yet netting them any damage whatsoever. And here comes a third party. Meantime, Motion trying to see if they can actually finish off this fight before the second one begins. And D2R destined to rise, destined to push, destined to third party right here and now against K1 and Motion. Just make sure that you don't become the team that gets third partied by the other ones. Right now, Ralph pushing on the right side rather.
Ooh.
A little bit of damage, still no knocks. Slonic gets taken out by D2R. Stolen K1. Looks like they might have been eliminated all by D2R. All the points were eliminated. All the points were stolen. All the knocks were taken. Motion got nothing.
Motion not looking good there. They ended up losing 2 players, and they get absolutely nothing to show up for, as we're also going to be showing where the next circle is going to. Destined to Rise being aggressive here. They want to make sure they get at least some more extra points, but they're going to have to back off and see if they can maybe just get away from this fight. Motion getting away with it. Only 2 players left alive. They don't end up getting nobody. And by the way, with this circle, my goodness, I can see why Destined to Rise wanted to get this compound right here. They're going to be very close to the center of that circle, which is going to be working out wonders. And from the north, you're going to have Kodiak just coming in. Meanwhile, Abby Esports going in a fight here with YBAB, making light work of it. This man could possibly end up being MVP for the day. Bad Boy just putting up good performances over and over again.
And that's what you want to see from Bad Boy and the rest of the squad of Abe. Them being able to secure so many points in day one. I felt like they got it. You know the food coma you get like after like a phenomenal meal. You know that?
After every meal, yes.
Oh, I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just
Oh.
saying. If you're smoking meats every day, heck yeah, brother. But yeah, I feel like that's the kind of coma that they went into. They went into a food coma after the chicken dinners that they got and the points they secured in day one. And you know, for today, yeah, different story.
Look at
Meanwhile,
Silence.
Rogo's just trying, dude. Silence, it's just him against the world, and the world is on top of a mountain right now.
If Silence survives this, that'd actually be... Oh my god, his team actually allowed him to survive it. I thought he was just gonna get destroyed right there. Rogo has no idea that Silence is already out of there.
Oh,
Great
hold on.
recovery there out of 1337. Not bad plays. Meanwhile, Abby Esports is still taking on another fight with YBAB. YBAB, one of the players is already knocked.
Not only that, but also KQ. They lost 3 members in total. They lost 1 at the beginning, yes, but now they lost 2 more, and they're down to their final member. So it looks like Gastriker strikes again. They may not be able to take that first spot away from Abe just yet. They have 5 more games tomorrow. They have 5 attempts to get a measly 10, 15, maybe 20 points if Abe puts up an amazing performance, which so far, with the positioning that they've been holding on to, they got a couple of points, but nothing... Okay, hold on. Bad Boy was trying to do some tricks with the US.
That's the crazy part, though, right? Even for they're still able to just Kodiak are still able to put up points, no matter what happened there. Earlier fight, though, I do want to see a little bit more out of them tomorrow. Getting to earlier fights, see how they react in case in the grand finals they do end up getting pushed earlier on. It's good to see teams being able to be dynamic and adjust on the fly. This is what we've been kind of hoping of and harping on throughout the whole day, as the new circle is going to be popping up here. D2R, great spot. Galaxy, if they are able to survive here, great spot as well. But let's see what this circle is going to be showing us. And they're still going to be within that spot right there. Loss from Kodiak is still going to be within the circle. Might be able to survive a little bit longer. Shockwave too. These are all teams that definitely need the points here.
That they do. They need every single point they can carry, every single point they can muster in this last game. Let's see if I was right about the cutoff with it being 35. You agreed with me, actually. Like we both kind of talked about it. We both said, yeah, 30, 35 points, that should be the cutoff for top 16. And right now with 13th being 33, 15th being 23, I think we got it. But we'll find out tomorrow. Along with the teams from Group B. And here we go. Yo! This is this. Hold on. Excuse me. Car? Buggy. What doing?
His teammate, it was like a seesaw. His teammate got off from the front and the guy in the back just went out flying, buddy. Doing 360s up in the air.
This is why my friends don't let me drive when we play.
You're a bad driver?
You see, here's the thing. I'm not actually a bad driver. It's just sometimes
terrain
I prefer
happens.
not to speak. Yeah. Honestly, sometimes terrain happens. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I got you. Wait,
you. Galaxy got a kill!
Galaxy was able to get another point right there to add it to their name. They're going to be up to 8 now.
That makes
and
me
meanwhile,
very happy.
Abby just doesn't really care. They're just going for it. They're going to be running into a player here of 1337. I don't know if they're going to be able to spot him. They are going to be able to spot him. Easy pickings there for YBAB. Get him as fast as possible. DC ends up getting eliminated too. Interesting performances from some of these squads.
Yeah. And I want to say Abe, they when it comes to them, they heard, hey, someone taking our first place? Nope. And YBAB thinking, you know what? Since it is our last game, our last day, we have to do something special. We are on 36 points. We only have 1 LM as well. We have to perform big. So let's see. Oh, hold on. Is that an ICBM of an 8? Yes, it is. Oh my God, Bad Boy. With a knock from Milas as well, and an instant finish too. Another nade! Oh my God, Rogo with the follow-up, baby. That's what you want to see from Abi. But I want to say for YBB, this fight right here, this could be the fight that decides whether they make it tomorrow or not.
Yes.
36 points with that 1 elimination. If Sebastian can run and survive, that's what I would do. Just play for placements, because right now 36 points is not safe, 7.
Yes, sir. You read my mind. As soon as I saw those players getting knocked, I'm like, why BAB? You need to find a way out of here. No, that is going to be it. They're only able to finish with just one elimination. They're 36 points. Oh, that is not what you wanted to see. That's like right on the cutoff, too. It could have been this fight that cost them the chance at going to the grand finals. As Kodiak also ends up getting eliminated, one of the earlier finishes.
No, that's the earliest
I did not
finish.
think that they were going to be able to get that win in Miramar. It was going to be tougher, but I'm glad that they showed me at least the different side of them. We'll see what they're going to be able to do tomorrow on the second day.
So they end up with 3 chicken dinners out of 5 games, 84 points in total. Technically, they still broke the record for most points in a single day.
Oh, yeah.
For this
Smashed
tournament.
it.
So definitely something to be proud of. Definitely something to boost the team's morale. And the fact that you were able to jump to not only the first page of the leaderboard, but also to be second place with 5 games less is incredibly motivating for the team. And I want to see what they're going to be able to do in tomorrow's games, where obviously they should be able to. I say obviously, but based on this performance, they should easily be able to take first place. But by how much is the question? But that is a question for tomorrow, because right now our question is, who will cement themselves in the top 16 from Group B?
We don't know yet. We don't know yet. And for Group B, I mean,
How don't you know, Seven? Why?
make it
Why
or
don't you
break
know?
it here. Make it or break it. This is the time where you just gotta send it all. ARG. I mean, ARG did put up a good performance earlier. I think that's one team that's definitely safe. Shockwave. I mean, for right now, 4 players alive, definitely safe as well. YBAB. Yeah, YBAB for me is that big question mark, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, YBAB is at this point they're gonna be the cutoff. It's either them or well, yeah. For now, it's gonna be them, because the other teams below them, way too far down to be measured. But right now, we're gonna be focusing on the side of Abe, as they are putting a little bit of damage down onto the 300s. Actually, yeah, 300 Arag Valley as well. We didn't talk much about them outside of the chicken dinner that they managed to secure. They're currently in 8th with 45 points, and it is going to be their last day as well, their last game. They should be safe, I want to say. Yeah.
For which one?
300 Arag Valley. They're currently 8th with 45.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's. I was talking about them earlier. Yeah, I think they're safe. I think with the performance they were able to put up earlier,
Yeah.
they're definitely going to be chilling. They're not going to be having to worry about anything. I mean, they did end up getting a win in Miramar.
That's true.
Even if they don't end up getting a win here, with the performances that they had in Miramar earlier, if they're able to position themselves in a good spot here, they could end up even securing more points. Already at 45 with 1 Elim. I mean, they should be good. Destined to rise, though, I'm looking at some of the other teams. I want to see Monaspa being able to get more points. I want to see Motion as well being able to get more points. And Galaxy, most of all, if Galaxy can secure themselves at least 8 points here, they are just going to be putting so much pressure off their shoulders. You know what? Not even 8 points. 10 points. Galaxy. Let's see if you're going to be able to do it. But it's going to be hard, because as soon as I say that, one of the players ends up getting knocked as he was driving around. Those 10 points might be looking like just 1 extra point.
Yep. If they manage to survive in the first place, we will continue to monitor the situation when it comes to them. But for now, we're switching over to Destined to Rise. The team was able to third party early on in the day and early on in the game here as well. 24 points with 5 eliminations pending right now. Great performance for this team when it comes to their day 1. Keep that up going into day 2. Should be very, very comfortable. But you might want to get yourself another vest, my guy. This one's looking a little shredded. A little ripped.
Definitely find a new vest. Oh, Monaspa, though. Look at that quick flick. Nice, Monaspa. Meanwhile, one team that we're not really talking about because we've got a chance to see them, but I see them doing work. Abbey Esports. Still putting up knocks. Still putting up damage. How about all Monaspa? Keeping an eye here on KC. KC in a bad situation. There you go. One of the Galaxy players ends up getting knocked and eliminated. Now it's just going to be one last one standing. Not what you want to see there out of Galaxy. You want to see them being able to secure even more points.
Come on, Monaspa. We mentioned to you guys a couple of times. Currently sitting in 20th with 13 points, but 6 elims. It's a good start. Just have to keep on building on the current result.
Bit of a stalemate here for some of these teams. Having to figure out where they're going to be rotating, where they're going to be heading to. Meanwhile, destined to rise. This was just such a massive spot. You can see why, too.
Oh no, Monespa, not the result that you're looking for in this fight, but very happy if you're destined to rise right now. Taking down Ripper, making sure that he does not get stolen, and KZ actually will steal that away. Very unfortunate for the side of Element and the rest of the squad. And right now they're going to be peeking onto Bragva, making sure that they get the knock, they get the elim as well. But the question is, can KZ steal that one as well? Lovely little bounce on that one. Okay, another nade, and that should do some more damage, but still not secure, and looks like they might be able to steal the elims away in the side of KZ. Oh, overextension, and with the knock onto Element now, KZ know that this is the time for them to push. This is the time for them to take the fight, or ducktail and run, it seems.
So they're going to be doing KC. I mean, 3 players alive right now, 5 eliminations. This team that's not going to be playing tomorrow too. This is their last day as well. And they will be safe. I mean, with the amount of points that they currently have, they're definitely going to be safe. Meanwhile, Abby continuing on the pressure here, continuing on trying to get some angles, continuing on trying to get some more eliminations. They are up to 6 eliminations.
Up to 6 eliminations, but they look like they are on the hunt for more right now, because they wanna. They saw 22 eliminations in the previous game, and they're like, hold on, wait a minute, let me cook. I got 6. Let me see if I can get more. Never mind. Bad boy gets taken out. 300 Auric Valley right now, trying to hold on for dear life. As the side of Abi Esports just not letting up, and the thing is, you still have someone from Motion just a little bit ahead of them from the side of the 300 Auric Valley, so potentially could steal it. They know he's there. They're throwing a couple of nades, trying to take him out. The focus is all on the person that is in front of them, but the team with the high ground, that is Abe, not any attention given to them whatsoever. And now they take one knock. The rest of them should be exposed now. That's the second. Third should be easy to follow right through the smoke. There's no hard cover. There's no protection. And there's no 300 anymore.
And that is it for 300. They're going to have to hope that we are wrong about our expectations in regards to what the cutoff is going to be, and hope that those points are going to be just enough. Another team that's currently still alive that we really haven't seen much of is going to be Shockwave, currently sitting with 42 points. Meanwhile, destined to rise, they have been enjoying this area so far. They are so happy that they were able to win that third party and take full control of this, as they've just been taking shots at anybody that comes by. Monaspa currently 1 player alive as well. KC trying to see if we can spot that player. Not currently being able to find anything. Just slowing the gameplay down here. And this is going to be just such a tough ask for KC. Having to make sure they work their way up towards where destined to rise is by. But they need to be careful though, because Venok right there is still alive. Is going to make it a little bit harder. Only ends up getting knocked. They need to end up getting this reset, because now Destined to Rise is getting a little bit antsy here. They're going to have to push out. They are currently outside the circle. You're going to see a lot of teams starting to rotate here.
Yeah, and a lot of these teams are going to start getting closer and closer to that center zone, because all of them right now towards the northern and eastern side, they're outside of the zone. They're just on the cusp of getting in, and Abe Esports now trying to see if they can find a way to take down Shockwave and continue their control over this area of the zone. Mila's first one to go down by Shockwave. They're loading up a couple of nades, but the spray from Rogo takes down 2. He unleashes a flurry of bullets, trying to secure all these points onto Shockwave. But here comes Bad Boy. Here comes the backup. And there goes Shockwave with 1 player left. Bad Boy, oh my god, he was just right next to the remaining players. He was right next to them. He was so close. He was so close. He doesn't know just how close he flew to the sun.
Bad Boy winning now though. Then Shockwave being able to have 1 player left alive. He's gonna get that knock, actually make it 2. Now they're starting to turn the tables around here on Abby Esports, as it's just 2 players left standing. They're trying to see if they can maybe find some kind of reset here. Remember, Abby Esports was able to use up a lot of their utility earlier. They really don't have that many grenades, even though they have Shockwave currently pinned. Bad boy trying to go for that angle. He's not currently full heal, but he's going to be sending it. He's going to be able to spot up one, gets a shot, not being able to hit it. He's going to end up getting knocked from the off angle by somebody completely different. He was not expecting Team Modern to be there as well. Meanwhile, Shockwave is appreciating that, but they need to be careful because Team Modern very close by. And guess who it is? It's none other than Ronaldinho trying to see if he can find some kind of gambetta here and get that 3-piece.
See if he manages to secure that one. Abe Esports now just holding on. Shockwave, the fact that they were able to recover in that situation is absolutely ridiculous. But them surviving there means that they are able to secure enough points to be way above the threshold. And now the three of them are pushing 3v1. That's one knock. That's a second knock. Doesn't get the third, but boy, was he close. Yen, last one alive, and will be forced to move. And the second he peeks over that ledge, down he goes. Team Modern once again, 7. Once again, making it to the top 3. Galaxy making it to the top 3. Placement points galore again. Yes, it will lift the morale. It will motivate the team going into tomorrow, but you need something more if you want to make it to the top 16. Because right now, it is not going to be easy for those teams at the bottom of the leaderboard. Now, focusing towards Team D2R, rather, destined to rise with that high ground. If they can take care of that last member from Galaxy, it should be an easy win from them, from that high ground.
And they're currently switching their focus there to exactly that player. They do have a bit of a 2-2 split here. Meanwhile, Modern has the terrain working on their favor, as Destined to Rise is going to have to push down, and Ralph gets caught by the play zone.
What are you doing?
Now players from Destined to Rise are starting to go down. Modern, Ronaldinho, are you going to be able to spy that player there from Galaxy? Galaxy is securing good points here, though. A top 3 finish, this is exactly what they were looking for. If Galaxy can start securing even more points, and as I said, that Rexo ends up getting eliminated, so it is going to be coming down to Destined to Rise versus Team Modern. Team Modern, I'm liking that Ronaldinho currently still being able to hold this angle. He's going to be able to get those off angles between this fight. But meanwhile, Destined to Rise, I think they're trying to see if they can get a full reset and at least have a numbers advantage on this fight, because this is going to be tough to push down with this terrain. I don't know how much they actually have to work with in regards to smokes, in regards to grenades. We're going to have to wait and find out.
3v4, beautiful opening frag by Ronaldinho, giving his team the opening that they must here to secure this dub. It's so close, so many times throughout the day, but they've not been able to do it. They have not been able to secure the winner chicken dinner, but Full gets the knock onto Ralph again. Once again, it is a 3v3. Strongman's down, Kawara's down, everyone is down. Team Modern in a 2v1. They get the chicken dinner, and they will not be denied.
That is Team Modern right there, and it came down to it. Props to the other players, but I gotta give even more props there to Ronaldinho. Man, being able to find those off angles, being able to be a nuisance there for the other team, being a pain in the butt is exactly what they needed to do to get that chicken dinner. You were wondering what this team is gonna be able to do. They've been consistent here and there. They've been able to secure some points here and there. Finish it off with a win. Why not?
Yes,
secure yourself. I'm pretty sure as soon as they got the win, guess what? Ah, baby. Pressure off your shoulders. That's exactly what you want to be able to do going into tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And now, the important question when it comes to the end of the day and the end of game number 5, I believe. First of all, MVP for game numero 5. Who is it going to be, 7? I would honestly go with Ronaldinho. It has to. Well, no.
He needs to have one, bro. He's been able to put up good performances. I feel like he needed one in Sanhok.
He did, but maybe he was close, but not close enough. I would give it to one of the AB players, actually. I would give it to one of the AB players, because the last 2 that were left alive, they each had 5 limbs. I'm not sure who was the last member, but it was one of the. I mean, production is literally telling me the name of the player, but I refuse.
Giving in.
Yeah, I'm not giving. I'm not doing it. But yes, there it is. It is Mela's. Oh, I was wrong actually. He had 7 at the end there. Oh, wait. That's true, because he managed to get 2 knocks on the 3 players that were pushing him, and then the last player was taken out when he peeked over the ledge. and no one stole the elims. So yeah, him managing to get those two extra elims at the end with the pump shotgun made it very, very easy. And yeah, he managed to secure himself the MVP. Phenomenal performance from him and Abe, to be honest.
For Melas there, I was really impressed at the amount of damage he was able to put up. 892, being able to put up 7 elims. Man, that conversion rate is really solid. And you could tell
yes, sir.
That team, whenever they were able to find an opening, they just went for it. There you go. You get to see the breakdown. And this time we went back to just that one grenade elimination. But Team Modern, longest distance. Oh, wow. That's surprising too. 197 only, too. Not in Miramar, out of all places.
Yeah.
I guess it must have been with the terrain that we're working with. It makes sense.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's still, we had a couple of mountainous areas. I'd expect, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Miramar was still, it was still an exciting finish, better than Sanhok anyways. That's all that matters. Just say it. Okay, now let's have a look
at this guy.
At today's MVP. It's gotta be
that MVP today. Those 16 eliminations, 3,000 damage. Okay, model. We see you. I'm not surprised to see somebody from Kodiak actually ended up being that MVP.
Yeah, ridiculous performance from him and the entire team. I mean, look, we asked the question, give us a team, just straight up, pick one of the teams from Group B, Group C, specifically Group C because they were joining us today. You went with Kodiak, I went with Galaxy, and they're literally like polar opposites. So let's have a look at the match ranking from that last game. Team Modern, with 8 eliminations, got themselves 18 points, but Abe with 15 after securing themselves 12, destined to rise as well, 13 points in total. Shockwave getting those 7, very helpful. KZ, very helpful, those 7 points to them. Galaxy, last 2 games, they were able to get 5 points, and then, actually, no, they got 6 points in both Game 5 and Game 4.
Yep.
So they're slowly climbing up the ranks, and like we mentioned, if 30-35 is the average, if they keep this up, they should make it through, but you're not going to compete for top 4 if this is your playstyle. Just to let you know, you have to do way, way better if you want to compete for top 4 and a PMSL spot.
Are we doing reverse bad cop, good cop right now? Is this what's about to happen? Because I was actually going to end up giving a lot of props there to Team Galaxy. I mean, at one point, you and I did not even think that they will be able to pass Alpha Esports with just 5 points. On this turnaround that I'm seeing, okay, you know what? You might be able to end up performing in regards to being able to at least qualify to the grand finals, make it to the top 16. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen tomorrow, obviously. But I'm with you in regards to, yeah, if with this kind of performances, I don't see them being in the top 4. Unless something changes, we might be able to get a full 180 as we're going to be looking at the overall here. Oh, Abby Esports being the first place team and breaking that solid 100 points.
Oh, baby, that's just juicy. I like the fact that it's just 100 on the dot. Perfection from Abe Esports.
Magical.
An average of 10 clean points per game. Meanwhile, Kodiak with an average of
yes.
Hold on. 17, I want to say. Something like that. 17, 18 points average per game. I would say. No, I'm doing the math and saying it out loud. Yes.
I mean, it's definitely a decimal.
It's yeah. I'm not going there, but yeah. Focusing on the important stuff. The teams from Group B that will not be showing up tomorrow. So Abe Esports, KZ, Explode, K1, BX Brothers, Shockwave, and YBAB. All these teams are done with their competition for now, and they will be watching tomorrow to see if what they have done is enough and if they're going to qualify or not. And tomorrow, of course, it is going to be Groups A and C fighting it out, where the top 16 will be joining us on May 9th and 10th for the grand finals. And from there, the top 16 or the 16 teams will be competing for the $10,000 and, of course, the 4 PMSL EU slots. Phenomenal day.
Agreeing when we say this is in regards to YBAB. They're not going to be playing tomorrow. I feel like that is currently the cutoff that I have in mind.
Yep.
It might end up being a little bit lower, but at least now teams have a target to look at, right? 36 points. You said 30, 35. I said 30, 35. We both agreed on that one. It's going to be right there, and it's going to come down to some of these teams having to perform. I mean, teams that didn't perform previously from Group A, they're going to have to come in hot. And for teams from Group C, yes, Group B. Congratulations. You were able to turn it around. You know what? For Group C, you were able to turn it around, especially towards the end there, and being able to bring it up and kind of give yourself some cushion. But tomorrow, it's a whole different lobby in a way that you're going to have Group A to deal with.
Yeah, and the one thing I definitely want to look out for tomorrow is once the day is done, I want to see how many teams from each group qualified and which group was the strongest. But boys and girls, that is it for us, for myself, and for Seven for day 2 of PUBG Mobile Club Open EU. I hope you guys have had some fun. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, same channel, same time, for the final day. Have a good night.
you.